the views on the digital market and the enforcement of competition policy. So we're going to stage this session in a number of slide decks. So first, we're going to discuss essentially an expert report that was commissioned by the European Commission and the Commissioner Vestager to understand potential shortcoming of enforcement of competition law in the digital space. And then we will discuss the proposal that is on the table by the European Commission to regulate digital market, and that's what we call, that's what is come to be known as the Digital Market Act, the DMA. And so Nicolas has written a piece on this, and we'll discuss this. And then we'll discuss, after Nicolas' presentation on the DMA from the legal perspective, a few more aspects of the DMA from an economic perspective, although you will see we will interrupt each other and we'll discuss the various slide deck together. Now, because of the logistics, Nicolas has managed to set up his computer so that we see you. So if you have a question, feel free to interrupt, put your hands up, and we'll see that. And ideally, we would want you to definitely ask questions, even make comments, challenge us should you wish to do so. This is a topic that is extremely hot at the moment. There are people who have very strong views on this. So maybe the debate tends to be a little personal at times, unfortunately. But it's a really important debate, and we think it's useful. It will be useful to share where we are at the moment with that debate on the enforcement of competition law in the digital space, and particularly against what we call the big tech, the GAFAM that we discussed last time. So, without further ado, I'm going to get started on first giving you an overview of the report by the expert that was commissioned by the Commissioner Vestager. But hold on one second. I'm going to pause because there may be something here on the technical side. Vous arrivez à mettre le son?
Et le son sortait de là, il était juste pas fort, donc normalement, il va être...
Quelqu'un qui parle quand même.
Moi je parle, mais...
Non.
Yes, can someone say something? Just 1, 2, 3. One last time.
Something.
Yeah. Thank you. We hear you, unfortunately, very little, and it's not your fault.
Je sais pas. On va essayer avec un autre. Essayer avec un autre PC.
Okay. Well, on va continuer nous et puis. Okay, we're gonna carry on, and they're gonna try to fix this. In the meantime, like I said, do raise your hand, and we'll try to interrupt our talk if you have any questions. So, basically, this is the outline of this short presentation. What's the motivation for the EC report? What's in it? A bit of discussion and conclusion, and then we'll move on to the DMA. So, what's the motivation for the expert report that was commissioned by Commissioner Vestager? I like to add that, so there was also a report commissioned by the UK government, or the UK CMA, as well, that we're not discussing here, but that more or less came to very similar conclusions. So you have an EC report and you have a UK report, and they more or less zero in on the same type of issues. So there is a perceived shortcoming about the enforcement of competition law in the digital space. A few things to note. Well, first, there is concern that some firms, we'll call them digital firms, have become very dominant and they're at a point where the rival are at a huge disadvantage, i.e. they would not be able to catch up. So these digital firms have achieved an entrenched position, if you wish, and it's very difficult to challenge this position. And the report has in mind Google, Facebook, and others. So that was one aspect. The other aspect is digital merger. So merger in the space of the digital world, the authority should be very careful with those mergers, because essentially there's been some talks that, in particular, Google and Facebook have spent billions of dollars purchasing very small startup company, and the number of acquisitions is very, very large. And these acquisitions are going under the radar, so they are not usually being reviewed by the authority because they don't reach a threshold by which they would have to be notified to the authority. And the reason is, as you imagine, a lot of these startup companies don't make any money. They don't have enough revenue. So the thresholds are typically based on a turnover. In the EU, it's over 250 million. When this company don't make any zero revenue, they obviously go under the radar. Yet, according to some people, this acquisition can be strategic, and in particular, the Google of this world may be actually acquiring potential competitor, company that could become the next Google, so to speak, or the company that could challenge them eventually should they grow and become successful. And therefore, there is the view that the GAFAM are engaged in what we call pillar acquisition, which is essentially to say, right, we see this company coming in, they are small, they haven't grown yet, but their business model, the innovation they bring to the market could be quite dangerous and challenge our position. So there is a lot of talks about what needs to be done and whether merger rules should be changed, notably in relation to digital merger. Then there is a third point that was also raised, is that the investigation of anti-competitive conduct. So this dominant firm, those large digital platforms engage into conduct and practices that are anti-competitive, i.e. they are foreclosing rival, and we'll provide some example of some of these practices. And the problem is investigation take a bit of time, maybe too long, and when the harm is done, it's very hard to reverse. So competition has been damaged, so to speak, consumer harm has occurred, and there's nothing you can do. The competitors have been killed, market has moved on, and there's very little remedies that can be implemented to actually reverse, if you want, the damage that's been done. So that basically, in a big nutshell, what's there. Okay. Now, if I want to nuance a little bit what's been said, is that there is a concern that maybe investigations are not going fast enough. That's possible, and we can discuss that. That being said, I think at the moment, the European Commission investigation are really only focusing on the digital market. There are many investigations that have been opened in the last 2-3 years against the GAFAM or the big tech. And so these companies are clearly being subject to reviews. And here I'm just showing you investigation triggered by the European Commission. But this sample is actually selective in the sense that the French Competition Authority, the German Competition Authority, the UK CMA are definitely also investigating other type of conduct by Google, Amazon, Apple. So it's not just the European Commission, it's other authority, and even now across the Atlantic. As you know, for a long time, the US authorities were, let's put it this way, overly cautious about enforcing competition law or the antitrust statutes. This clearly is going to change with the Biden administration and the arrival of Lina Khan at the head of the FTC. You may or may not know Lina Khan, but she became famous very young at 32 years old to write a piece against Amazon and basically telling us that Amazon is engaged in predatory pricing or predatory strategy, and its success is predicated on anti-competitive conduct. So, needless to say, with Lina Khan at the head of the FTC, we shall see the US agency taking a very different views on conduct of GAFA. So there is definitely a strong focus on investigating these big platforms. Now, the reason, maybe we can engage in discussion, the reason it might be it's true that the investigation may take too long. I can tell you a little bit about the 2004 decision. So it's nearly 20 years ago. Microsoft was the first major decision by the European Commission against the big tech. The 2004 decision, which actually paved the way to many decisions afterwards. That decision came out in 2004, was appealed by Microsoft. Importantly, it contained two separate set of abuse. One was related to so-called interoperability. Maybe let me explain this very quickly. This was about the interoperability between Microsoft operating system known as Windows on what we call PC and operating system on the server side. As you know, when you are working for a company, you are an enterprise, you may have a PC, you have your own computer, but there is a host of servers behind this that manage essentially your access to the company servers, and those are run by operating system as well that are different from the operating system, or they were different from the operating system that is running on your PC. At the time, Sun Microsystems was a large supplier of operating system for servers and complained that Microsoft was basically hiding or not disclosing enough information so that the Sun operating system could interoperate with the Windows Microsoft operating system that was on everyone's PCs. And so that was the case, but the Commission thought that maybe that case alone was not sufficient, and in that decision added another abuse, which actually led to many other decisions afterwards, which was the Windows Media Player. And essentially, Windows Media Player was, the abuse was the following, is Microsoft will release a version of Windows operating system embedding, if you want, Windows Media Player. So whether or not the consumer wanted to have Windows Media Player, it can pre-install, okay? And so that was called a tying arrangement, because essentially you were tying Windows Media Player to the operating system, the Windows operating system. And as a result of that, other media player, such as at the time there was Real Player, I don't know for those who are old enough, remember in the 90s, Real Players, for those who are too young, Real Player is dead now, it doesn't exist anymore, I think, at least I haven't seen it. Essentially, so Real Players was a bit the first streaming, if you want, big success streaming player that where you could stream music in particular. Video was, there was some, but there was mostly sound at the time, and then video was obviously coming up. And essentially they complained that they were being foreclosed Commission accepted the complaint and led to that decision that Microsoft abused its dominant position. So all in all, Microsoft got 500 million euros fine for the combined abuse. But just a word, the decision came out in 2004, but if you want, I think by 2004 it would be already quite late, notably for some microsystem, and the complaint had started already in the late mid-90s, and the investigation proper started in 98 or a bit even before that. So it took many years, if you want, for the commission to come up with a decision and remedies. So a lot of people thought that the pace at which these investigations are running is not acceptable, and basically the harm has been done. And when you look at the market for workgroup servers, it's true that Microsoft is now pretty much monopolized the market. So if there was been an abuse, that has been successful, and the remedies haven't done much to remedy that. On the Windows Media Player, I would have different views, because I think not many people are using Windows Media Player for probably good reason. It's not a very good product, but and maybe there one might wonder whether there was an abuse. But in any event, all of this to say that this led to concern that maybe those investigations are too long, and in a world where innovation is important and changes happen quite rapidly, maybe it would be best if authority would investigate and stop conduct at least earlier than waiting for the damage to be done. So now you have a number of investigation, and I'm not sure everything is up to date here, but you got a lot of investigation against Google, as you saw, as you see on the slide, but Amazon is subject to a big investigation, which I know they received a statement of objection earlier this year, and we'll see when the decision, if ever, will come. Apple is also subject to a number of investigation, and Facebook is definitely subject to a number of investigation in France, in the UK, and I believe in Germany as well. So there is a lot of action in that space. So it's probably fair to say that I don't know about lack of enforcement, but maybe the speed of enforcement is what is the issue. Sorry, am I going the right? Yes. So the key findings of the report. So you can actually, the report can be found online, and it's readily available. You can read it should you want to. It's a bit long to read, to be honest, but very useful piece, and there are different chapters, so you can skim through. There is also an executive summary. I find quite useful. So what are the key findings of the report? So the digital market are special. I will come to that and explain why they are so special and they are different from other industries. The enforcement of competition law can be challenging and is challenged and for a number of reasons. And that's been led to, as we'll see, to the DMA. I'll talk about that. There are views that some changes must happen. The framework, as we know it, is insufficient, and that's why we got the DMA. They recall that dominant platforms have a special responsibility. A big thing about data, data is a new source of concern, and the digital platform, but not only, are a big producer of data. And data is basically, to put it in simple terms, is an input that can be quite valuable for these platforms and for business users who are using this platform. And so there is a real concern as to whether these platforms have access or exclusive access, if I may say, to data which allow them protect or at least prevent entry from challengers. So that's the big question. And merger control, as I was saying earlier, acquisition of by the big tech of smaller company is a concern if these acquisitions are actually essentially killer acquisition. So that's been a big issue. So bit of discussion. So what makes digital market special? To see if the people have. I'm going to look at Nicolas. Don't know if there are any questions.
No.
No. Okay. And then we can.
I have one.
You have one. Okay. Go for it. We got a question. Go for it.
Well, I see that the enforcement actions of the European are mainly concentrated on digital market. What about the regular market?
Well, okay.
I'm asking this.
No, it's a very good question because the logic, if you want to have enforcement of competition policy, is that DigiComp, I don't know if we said it last time, but has 1,000 pretty much staff, right? So they can't go after everybody, okay? And by and large, this big question about enforcement of the law, how do you do that, right? And so it's always a matter of priority, deterrence. So you make sure that people comply with the rules by having sufficiently expensive or at least deterrent financial penalties. Okay, that's one aspect. And also you need, so for the usual type of abuse or anti-competitive conduct, companies should be advised by their lawyers to respect the law. If they don't, they will be in trouble. And authority, what they like to do and why they focus on digital market is because it's viewed as a new type of abuse, if you wish. Those are new industry where there's a level of complexity never seen before. So it's not the same, no offense to any other industry, but as industry that have been investigated in the past. For example, the energy markets have been investigated in the past. There's been decision. Pharma company have been investigated in the past. There's been decision. So the authority feels like they've done this, they've done their work so far. It's not like they forget about them. They will, if there is a complaint, they will probably look at it, action on it, but they have to set their priorities because they don't have unlimited resources. Okay, so the view at the moment is digital markets very important, more and more critical aspect of Western economy, developed economy, and probably other economies as well, by the way. And as a result of that, it's quite critical that these markets function well, so that it contributes to economic growth, welfare, and so on and so forth. And so priority has been set there. That doesn't mean that do you still have the authority enforcing cartel, again, doing a cartel enforcement? They still have use of dominant position on say more you would call regular market. Certainly that's still there, it will be there, but priority is really digital.
It's true because I've seen that the legislation within the competition law antitrust mergers and acquisitions is mainly concentrated, focused on digital market.
Okay.
Meanwhile, what about the ruling against the regular market?
Say again,
The legislation related to the regular market.
But we'll talk. When Nicolas talk about the DMA, we'll talk about what the DMA is and what's so special and why maybe it is or not a good idea, and whether for digital and maybe we should copy this to other industries. This is going to be a major debate. At the moment, the way we enforce or the way competition law is enforced is that we'll call ex post, i.e. we look at an abuse, we say that's bad, you can't do that, we fine you, okay? And then it's like, people driving on the road, we hope they respect the speed limit because we told them you should. Same thing here. Now, it's an abuse, don't do this. So you're not supposed to engage in predatory pricing. The rules, you're not supposed to do tying, when you're a dominant firm because you know the rules, so on and so forth. Now, there are obviously a lot of gray zone, gray area, but we hope that the most egregious type of conduct will not be done or performed by a company because they're aware that you know this is pretty clear-cut illegal. Okay, and so they are. And in Europe, we just don't have the European Commission. We have also a set of national competition authorities. So at the end of the day, between the Commission and the 27 member states, we hope that there is enough policemen around the street to, you know, to actually catch that. So not also that a lot of these investigations, in particular for anti-competitive conduct, are triggered by complaint. And so therefore, an authority will have to motivate why they don't take on a complaint in Europe typically. So they are under pressure to, you know, if something really bad is happening, they will do something about this.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Nicolas.
Should we move on?
Yeah, well, so what makes the digital market special? So there are basically three features: extreme return to scale. There are a few words on return to scale.
Go ahead.
Because we need to explain that.
Yes.
Return to scale are essentially, you know, industry where you have high fixed cost, and to recoup the high fixed cost, you need a large amount of sales. So what that means is, if you have extreme return to scale, that means that for every competitors to enter the market and operate, they need to incur a massive upfront cost, and they will only basically recover that if they possibly be the only operator on the market. So it's essentially to say it's very hard to have two operators viably operating on this market. Maybe there's just room for one. Okay, and that's a very important point, and I'll come back later because I think it has some application on what the DMA is trying to do.
Okay, so the point is that when the scale of a business organization increases, the average cost of production decreases.
Correct.
Which means that the optimally efficient market structure is an industry with one firm only.
Possibly.
Okay, so that's the basic idea.
Possibly. Maybe two, but not
Maybe
many.
two, yeah.
But not many. That's what we're trying to, that's exactly right.
Network externalities.
Network externality, well, my goodness. That's the new thing. So everybody gets excited with the term network externality. Big words for many different types of effects, but let's maybe present them in simple terms. Let's start with what we call network externality on the single side. So I think one example of network externality that is easier to understand is Facebook, I think. I mean, I'm not on Facebook, but I understand Facebook, is why are you on Facebook? Because you are likely to connect to people you like or you know or you find, and you can send, you know, news and update about your life. Okay, so social network. But if there was a competing small network like Google Plus, I think it's right here. Now, would you move there knowing that you are already, you know, in Facebook where all your friends are? Then if you wanted to actually move to another network, you'll have to tell all your friends, let's all move to the new network, right? So you'll have to coordinate. So network externality is a way to characterize the fact that as a user of a network, like a social network, for example, I am going to favor the one that is the largest because I am more likely to have my friends there and send them news. And if I want to actually move or come across, I will have to coordinate all my friends and all the users so that we move over. So the network externality, or in that case, gives, if you're the barrier to entry or raise barrier to entry, because once you have this kind of network effect working and the favor of here Facebook, for example, it's very hard for a challenger to come in and say to the community of Facebook user or everywhere else, come over, I've got a great network as well, because that would require all the users of Facebook to actually, you know, coordinate and get together to do that. And you can see, I mean, I'm using Facebook as an example, but this kind of network externalities can be seen elsewhere as well. When mobile phone operator, and that has changed. But in the beginning, it was come over to my network because you can have a cheaper price to call user in the same network, but you can have a more expensive price calling in other network. Now, exchange regulator put his foot on and said, don't do that anymore. But
So one way to, I'm interrupting Benoit, but we've done that for a long time, and so you're going to see it's going to be funny. That's why it's good to teach together. So one way to think about it is to say returns to scale on return to scale. The concept that was just explained means that every additional unit of production brings the cost of production down. If you want to think about network externality, what you want to think is every additional unit of consumption brings the benefit that I get from the platform up. So if one more user comes to Facebook, as a user of Facebook, I register more benefits because I can connect to more people. And so some people say, in economics, one way to present these concepts is to say that returns to scale on the supply side, which we call economies of scale, are the mirror image of returns to scale on the demand side, where the more the scale of demand increases, the more the benefits to users. So they are a bit the same idea, right? On the one hand, you have the cost of the supplier, which decreases when production increases. On the other hand, you have the benefits to user, which increase when the platform increases in user adoption.
And then, yeah, I agree. I think that's a way of representing them. And in both cases, you may have this return to scale diminishing on both sides. I mean, so as you explained rightly, as the more you produce or the more consumer you have, the lower your average cost becomes. But as you increase your scale, that benefit starts to be reducing. And the same thing goes for the benefit of network effect. I think that's a good way of presenting this indeed.
Yeah.
And that shows that there's two things have in common really,
But
is scale.
Yeah.
Is scale. So you got to be large to benefit from these two aspects, return to scales on the cost side and network externality on the consumer side.
And so what's great with these two concepts when they work together is what they tell you is that if you're in this kind of industry, you're going to see very large firms. That's what you're going to have.
Exactly.
So, and so it's interesting because then you start to think that if these properties characterize the digital economy, then it should not be a surprise that we see gigantic firms in the digital economy. We should not sort of be surprised by this equilibrium, and we should actually find very weird the idea that you want to have small firms in the digital economy. I mean, it's not what the laws of the economies would predict and
Agree.
imply. Yeah,
We agree. No, I totally agree. And I think we'll come to that because what you just said, I think it's very profound. Maybe before we move on to that, I mean, to complicate matters and just tell you that network externality, what we just described in very simple terms, can be a little more complex because, so we describe basically what we call direct network effect or single-sided network effect. But we have, if you want, what we call indirect network effect, which I think might be useful, and you guys know what it is. You maybe don't know why it's called like this. But I always use this example, which is a little less scary than Facebook, because Facebook seems to be dominant. But I'm going to use the example of an app that I like a lot. It's called the Fork, or La Fourchette, because it's a French app initially. And so what it does, it's a good way of exemplifying what is indirect network externality. Is that so the fork or the fourchette is essentially a platform that allows users to find restaurants. Okay? So what we call this a two-sided platform, because you have two sides. You have the user side, so that's Nicolas and me and you guys. That's one side, and the other side are the restaurants. Okay? And the restaurants also want to be on the fork. And so the point is, the popularity, if you want, of the fork will depend on the popularity of the platform on both sides, on the user side and on the restaurant side. So if there are many restaurants that are using or advertise or put themselves on the fork or participate in the belong to fork, then there will be more users coming in because they know that they have a choice and they can find a restaurant and even book a table, and the choice will be large. That's great. So you need more restaurants to have more users. But if you have more users, then you have more restaurants coming in because they know that if I'm a restaurant, I participate in the fork, then I'm more likely to get a booking from a user from the fork. So that the more users there are, the more restaurant will come. The more restaurant will come, the more user there'll be. And that's what we call the indirect network externality, because the popularity of the platform on one side affect the popularity of the platform on the other side. And this is the same type of thing we discussed, but it's just adding, if you want, a relationship between two sides. But again, the concept that Nicola described, that the value, benefit of the platform increases as the number of users increases, is still there. It's just related to the relationship between the two sides. And you see this in many types of platforms. I'm describing the fork because it's one of them, but you can see this elsewhere with obviously the Uber. You can see this with phones, smartphones, app and users. You can, I mean, Microsoft Office is all about that basically. And so there is a lot of this network externality going on that, you know, you complexify a little bit, but the logic stays the same. Okay? Question?
Talking about the fork.
If you use an example, you're always going to get it.
It's just an example. I needed to book a restaurant a week or two ago, and looking on the internet, I've seen that the fork is offering 20% out of the bill if you are booking with them.
Yeah.
While are 2 or 3 platforms on which I could have been suggested by Google, platforms that I could have been used to book a table, were not offering the same. Do you think that this offer 20% to book with the fork restaurant?
Mm-hmm.
It's how it's seen to the others, to other platforms offering the booking.
Mm-hmm.
It's not in terms of competition.
Mm-hmm. So there is probably competition between different platforms, right?
Because it's 20%, it's not.
No, okay, but the point is maybe, you know, a platform needs to operate on two sides and is going to have to make money to survive, right? So the fork is not a non-profit organization, it is a profit organization. So they're offering a service. Now, they will never charge users any money. Why? Because that side of the platform is super elastic, as we call it. You remember last time we talked about elasticity of demand.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I would not use the fork if I've been asked to pay, because I can go elsewhere, it's easy to do, word of mouth, Google, whatever. So it has to charge on the more inelastic part, so it goes on the other side. So the restaurants are more likely to pay because for them, they are less elastic. In particular, it's not every restaurant, but at least restaurants who are looking for businesses who want to get, you know, on Wednesday evening to be full. Then they feel that participating in the fork may give them this extra kick, and therefore they're more willing to pay, whereas the user is not willing to pay. So the pricing on this platform is interesting because it's a business that needs both sides, but the pricing is going to be such that maybe one side is going to pay for or subsidize the other side. Okay, and that's often what happens. I mean, what I'm describing is nothing new. We've seen this business model in other sectors as well. It's old. Advertising has been paying for many services as well. So it's common. And the competition for the fork, if there is competition for the fork, you're not going to see the impact on the user side because it's always going to be free. But you're going to see this on the restaurant side, whether basically the fees or the proportion percentage that's been required will be going down. The same thing with booking.com and hotel.com, and same thing with hotels, the same story. One side is free, the other side is going to be. Data. Right, data is the big thing as well. Lots of data, it's a big thing, and well, we'll come to data, and that's fine. Let's move on because we need to carry on. So all of this to say, and as Nicolas said, essentially, yes, no surprise, we've got very large players in the digital market, and guess what? Not easy to dislodge because of extreme return to scale, network effect, and possibly exclusive access to data. So, well, I think we talked about this, so we'll come on. So now, the concern now that is expressed in the report is that, okay, these guys, they're very strong entrenched position, and they may have a very strong incentive as a result of that to engage in anti-competitive behavior because they are essentially, they have a right to protect, so to speak, right? So they have a right to protect, and they may have a very strong incentive to make sure that no one comes and challenges them, so they will be ready to sacrifice potentially some profit to exclude rights. So there is now, according to the report, it might be best actually to think of overdoing it than underdoing it. There's a concern that we're not doing enough enforcement in the report, and there should be more of it. Okay, so that's essentially what it comes down to. The recommendation is that it's at the moment, and Nicolas may have a better insight than me on this, but at the moment the burden of proof is not great in the sense that the authorities have too high of a burden of proof to prove that there is a problem, and therefore we need to change something here because the track record, so to speak, is not necessarily good according to the report, and that authorities are too slow and they need to prove too many things to enforce the law.
So that's a great remark in the sense that what we are talking about here is not what we think or what many people think. It's the findings that were in a report. So there was this report which said, the three writers of the report said this is the way we see the world, and this is how we understand the digital economy to work. And what's interesting is that these findings have become the platform on which the leadership in the European Commission has tended to view the digital economy. Now, you'll get to hear in the next weeks at the BSC and elsewhere that for decades of enforcement of Article 102, which is essentially the provision we're talking about here, the European Commission has managed to apply abuse of dominance law without much constraints, winning almost every case in court. So it's anyone who has some experience and practice of competition policy, I like to say some gray hair and or maybe no hair, and it's a bit, good experience in cases would tell you that it would be very easy for the European Commission to make a finding of abuse in a case involving a dominant company. I was never really in discussion. And then you have these reports on the digital economy, and they essentially tell you the burden of proof is too high. So anyone who's been, long enough in this game would find this statement very weird. But it seems it's become the new wisdom. I think and so the problem here is the use of words. The words are not correct. So I think the way this is phrased is incorrect as a matter of law. There is some frustration so the burden of proof is not too high. The burden of proof is completely manageable for the European Commission. But the people in the policy leadership, some people believe that even if the burden of proof is set at the right level, it takes too much time to bring the evidence, marshal it, and bring it into a convincing case that can, stand the day in court. And so, but let's not fool ourselves with wrong words and concepts. The burden of proof is probably manageable for the European Commission, but the exercise of procedural constraints like structuring the evidence, giving the defendants the right to a hearing and access to file, and all these requirements of due process create some slowness in the process, and some people say it's going too slow. And that's, I would perfectly agree to discuss this, but discussing the burden of proof in relation to competition enforcement in Europe is fake news. It's fake news. It's just it's incorrect as a matter of law. Anyway,
and you are the expert on this, but just so we're clear, and where these experts are going is actually to reverse the burden of proof, to say, look, the future, you got the code here on the slide, okay? In a digital world where the future is more uncertain and less understood, okay? And I highlight where the future is more uncertain and less understood, which would tell me I wouldn't do much of anything here, but that's my view. There will be under enforcement, yes, probably, if we insist that the harm be identified with a high degree of probability, whatever that means, high degree of probability. Therefore, what they say is one may want to err on the side of disallowing types of conduct that are potentially anti-competitive, not necessarily anti-competitive, but potentially anti-competitive, and to impose the burden of proof for showing pro-competitiveness on the incumbent, which, as you said, is a radical departure
from established case law, which has tended to apply with fair amount of confidence Article 102 to companies on the basis of concerns of potential anti-competitive effects. So there's many cases in which the Court of Justice and the Commission won against dominant companies, saying your conduct is likely to create anti-competitive effects or has the potential for anti-competitive effects. And notes, as a further remark, that it's a very well-established principle in the case law that a dominant company has the court says, a special responsibility.
Yes.
And so if that's not an already reverse burden of proof, I don't know what this really means. So, we need to be, what I just mean to convey here in this discussion is, there is case law in the books. The courts actually have not talked about all that yet, and there's the Google hearing, there's a Google Android hearing next week, and this will give an opportunity to the courts to speak competition law in the digital industry for the next years. And so we need to approach this discussion with critical eyes. That's what I mean to say, not with a sort of knee-jerk approach which is informed by our casual and maybe emotional understanding of the digital economy. You're here in the BSC to be trained and to think as experts. And so I think what we want to do is essentially explain that there's a lot of complexity and try to see if we can apply tools to basically better understand the complexity here and apply competition law when it has to be applied and not apply it when it should not.
Yeah. And I'm going to add the economist's view on this, is that it is complex. Enforcement of competition law is complex in general. It is certainly complex in the digital space. And importantly, there's a lot of innovation in that space. So under enforcement is not good, but over enforcement is not good either. The cost of over enforcement, if it stifles innovation, can be also very bad. Ultimately, innovation, and just so we are clear, and everybody recognize this, is the main source of welfare, of growth in welfare. Is the main source of economic growth. So ultimately, yes, prices need to be low. We love low prices. We love low prices. But ultimately, what you want is innovation. Okay, and so it is therefore I mean, my view is obviously the authority should be very careful that the big tech do not stifle innovation. That's very clear, because that would be also very bad. And I think we need to make sure that's true. But the big tech are also themselves a source of innovation. So we need to be also very careful in making sure that, yes, they may do something pretty bad and we need to definitely deal with it. But we also need to make sure that what we think is bad, because yes, it's not very nice to a competitor, that may happen, and we'll talk about this, may be good for innovation and for user ultimately. Because as you will see, what may be bad for business users may actually be good for consumers. And we need to start thinking about where we put the cursor here. And generally speaking, competition law has been about, enforcing the law so that consumer benefit and not that other companies benefit. And so I think it's really important to keep that in mind. And obviously, as you may imagine, and you may know yourself in your own world, that the world of competition enforcement is often driven by complaint of competitors, and some of these complaints may also be maybe completely legitimate in some ways because they are not doing very well, but may not be in the interest of society to actually go and follow through. Right.
So all that to say that what's coming for you in the next months is complicated but fascinating. So that's
at the same time.
yeah. Okay. So
It's a question.
There's a question?
Yeah, it's a question from Vivian Pan.
Sure.
yeah, I'll read it. Is it a rebuttable presumption that the platform abuses its dominant position? You mean the law today? But yes, so
Maybe you want to.
so if the question is, in the existing case law of the Court of Justice, is there a presumption that the platform abuses its dominant position? The answer is no. The Commission must prove dominance and abuse. But the law says that the dominant company has a special responsibility not to abuse its market power. And the case law interprets this idea by meaning that conduct that would be ordinary business behavior for a non-dominant company become potentially suspicious. And the case law adds that even if the effects on competition are minimal, say for instance that the company applies predatory prices to 5% of the market, or a competitor representing only 5% of the market and the other competitors are quite large, the Court of Justice would still say this is bad. Okay, so the burden of proof is on the Commission, but the level at which this burden of proof is set in substantive terms is pretty low, because the Commission can go after very ordinary conduct and can condemn and find liability towards conduct that represents only minimal amounts of market, or covers only minimal amounts of market rivalry. Now, so what happens in a standard competition case is, if the Commission establishes dominance with the market depth that you saw last week and an abuse, so say in this particular case, the Commission finds that a dominant company that has applied predatory prices to a fringe of the market, which represent 5% of industry output, the company has the ability to challenge the reasoning and evidence that the Commission used to establish the predatory pricing case. Okay, so it is rebuttable. One controversial question in the case law, you will see that in the Article 102 case, is whether the company can challenge the company can say, I don't agree with you, this is not anti-competitive. But as I said, it's pretty hard because the Commission can just find anti-competitive behavior on minimal effects or even potential effects. So it's not a presumption, but it's easy in a way for the commission. So the company can try to challenge that, the analysis of anti-competitiveness. The one open question in traditional competition law is, can the company say, assume that it admits that the behavior has anti-competitive effects? I'm not going to question that, but my behavior has efficiency properties.
Yeah.
Okay, so for instance, the company could say that the firm in question, or as an objective justification, so the company could say that the customers in question, these 5%, they represent very important high-end customers, and if it can secure access to these customers, it can then roll out all the expertise it will gain on these 5% on the existing customer base that it has. For instance, you could think of I want to serve these people because they're really high-end and they will help me with my existing customer base on which I have domination. Or you could say, this player that controls 5% of industry outputs is a parasite. He's not playing by the rules of the game. He's creating security problems and so on and so forth. So can you make that kind of justification argument in defense? And so you'll see that in the module in Article 102, but there's a lot of discussion between legal experts. I think economists want to make these arguments because there is a sense in which, oftentimes there is an efficiency claim that's serious and valid. The lawyers discuss, because the case law of the court is not very explicit on under which condition you can advance an efficiency justification or a qualitative argument in defense in front of anti-competitive effects. So sorry if I took too much time to explain.
No. It's important. It's critical.
Okay, but so now in the DMA, we'll talk about the DMA later, but all this discussion all these concepts and conditions for application of Article 102 that I described, tendency is to throw that away in to some extent. And so this tennis game between the agency and the company on dominance, on abuse, on anti-competitive effects, and on efficiencies, all this tennis game is something that the DMA wants to shrink and avoid this back and forth and game of evidence.
Another slide, switching to, we'll do a few more slides and I guess we'll break and go to the legal thing. But just a couple of things more. So market definition. So there's, because we won't have time to go into all of the detail, but a few things that the expert is highlighting is trying to challenge, if you want, some of the usual approach that traditional approach to competition law investigation. And one of them is market definition. Say, well, it's too complicated. In fact, when you read the report, it's like, it's too complicated. Let's just do away with what we used to do, and let's just reverse the burden of proof and assume that things are not so good. So I think there's a bit of a problem here. So let me read the quote that I think is at issue. Is, in the case of platforms, the interdependence of the markets become a crucial part of the analysis, whereas the role of market definition traditionally has been to isolate problem. In digital market, less emphasis should be put on the market definition part of the analysis, and more importance attributed to the theories of harm and identification of anti-competitive strategies. Slightly problematic approach. So I think that we all agree, and I think no one's going to disagree with the last part of the proposition, which is, yes, it's very important to identify a cogent theory of harm and understanding the anti-competitive strategy at play. So that's very clear. And every economist for sure, and every modern lawyers will agree to that. Where I think it's more controversial is let's do away with market definition. I think it gets a little complicated here to say that forget market definition, because market definition whether we like it or not, is able to actually identify the sources of market power and the sources of competitive constraint. And even though markets are related, and they are related, and many markets, not only in the digital space, but elsewhere, there are many markets that are related. You have upstream market, downstream market, interrelated market. So it's nothing new there. So I kind of disagree with the view that because things are intricated, then markets are intricated, therefore we should do away with it. No, it's not. All markets are intricated, whether digital space or not. So ultimately, it's not a matter of that. The market definition is a useful tool. It's not an end in itself, but it allows us to focus on where the source of competitive constraint might be or might not be, actually. That's the whole point. And provide rigor into whether we can identify competitors or potential competitors to the dominant firm. So I think the proposal, I think it's not a good idea here, I personally say that, to do away with it. I think anyway, we'll have to change the law almost to do that. But I still think as an economist, it's the exercise of market definition is still very useful, even in complex market like digital market. And for me, every market is complex. I find challenging to define market in the transport sector and in many other sectors. So I don't think it's particularly news to me that yes, market definition is complex. It's complex everywhere. So maybe move on to
Questions?
there is a question.
No, I'm just asking.
Is there a question?
I've seen another question.
I'm moving on a little bit because I think one thing that's important. Maybe I'll move to the next topic we started to touch upon, and I think this is something that will come later as well. So network effect, network externality, return to scale. We said is there might be room for very few players, maybe only one or two. So essentially, what that means is we distinguish two types of competition: competition in the market and competition for the market. Okay. Now, in a world where you have very high barrier to entry, and there are maybe natural barrier to entry like network effect and extreme return to scale, competition in the market is going to be limited. Okay, almost naturally. So what you want to do is, I don't think you should be concerned yourself too much about competition in the market. What you want to be concerned about is competition for the market. And you want to therefore encourage or make sure that the dominant platform or dominant firm is not going to thwart or prevent entry of new players that could dislodge them or displace them. I think that's the key. So enforcement of competition law in the digital space should be more focused, not so much on whether prices are high. I think it's a bit silly, almost sorry to say, because what matters is innovation anyway. But really about making sure that the dominant firm does not become a complacent monopolist who is basically enjoying a rent or sitting on a rent and preventing newcomers. Okay, so I think that I think it's an important message as well in the expert report, to which I kind of agree with. But it has to therefore has some implication on the enforcement of competition policy and the law, and we'll see that in the DMA, where I think there is major shortcomings of the DMA in that aspect. So the idea that you're going to we need to, I think there's, and I'm sorry to say it, but I'm going to be a bit blunt, but it's a bit silly to say, oh yes, we need to make sure that Google should have competitors now and just help that competitors now. I mean, no, we want someone to challenge Google and maybe replace Google, make it moot and find a new product, but there is no need to subsidize someone to help challenge Google. I mean, they should basically come on their own merit to challenge Google. And I think there's a bit of a differences here. And they should not be aided by enforcement of competition. We should not cut an arm of Google, or it's too late, so that to impede its ability to compete, so that someone else comes in. That would be a bad way of enforcing competition rules.
So to add to some illustrative conjectures to what Benoit just said. So lots of people tend to think of competition in static terms. And so if you ask people that apply competition law or that want more competition law, what they want is they'd like to see more rivalry in search engines. So they'd like to see addition of new firm to the search engine line of business. Okay, that's what they'd like to see. So you'd like to have a Google, a Moogle, a Foogle, and a Zoogle, and these four players would compete for search queries. Okay, and so it's an idea. I mean, it's an idea you can have, but it's inefficient as a market structure because of the network externalities and economic increasing returns to scale that we saw. That you're going to have basically replication of fixed costs by ×4, maybe ×10. Less marginal benefits for users because less network effects, unless you have widespread interoperability, which creates all sorts of problems. So it's a lot of engineering for the policymakers to put in place. And also, if you really have these network effects, you're going to have what some philosophers call the Will Chamberlain effect, which is that the first firm in this four-firm market that's going to have one marginal user more than the other is going to unleash another cycle of network effects, and it's going to capture the entire market.
Yeah.
So the implication for policymakers is that if you really want to fragment network effect industries into small pieces and have static head-to-head rivalry, you need to place the industry under constant supervision and control that no company generates more output than the other. That's what you need to do. That's what the economic theory tells you. Now, this is a very costly market design, and I'm not sure that anyone has the resources to do that. I think the better way to think about competition is not the static way, and it's what Benoit was saying, which is it's probably like and actually, funnily enough, I don't think there's many investors or shareholders who are ready to give their companies some money to go attack Google in search. No one wants to do that. But what people understand today is that voice assistants might create a process which will dislodge Google's market position over search queries. Google's market position is dominance over search queries typed through a personal computer or handsets. Okay? Now enter a voice assistance. The search queries might just be inputted through a voice input.
Alexia.
Like Alexa or Siri. and these voice inputs give equally qualitative information, even more, because the voice has some sound bites which can reflect emotion. And so the next, I think, frontier for a company like Google, the next competition for Google, the process of competition that's taking place today against Google, is competition in voice assistants. And you don't see it, but Google invests a ton of money in voice assistants, Amazon invests a ton of money in voice assistants, Apple invests a ton of money in voice assistants, Microsoft does that, and there's a ton of oligopoly competition here. But of course, if you're stuck on the keyboard search position, you only see monopoly in a static way. You don't see the process of hidden competitions that's taking place in the next technological application that will reshape the concept of search. And even if you don't see the results today, what's interesting is that this keeps a company like Google standing awake and aware, and that's why they spend a ton of money. So, oftentimes you need to think more of, you'll hear that all the time. People talk about the competitive process. But when they talk about the competitive process, they don't really, a lot of people don't really put a lot of substance to the idea of process. The process of competition is this process of constant regeneration of market opportunities, technological innovation, and product launch. And this is the nature of competition in digital.
Yeah, no, I think that's radical changes, paradigm shift. Essentially, this is the world. Digital, indeed.
This is what we, all of us together, right? We are going to build this. We're going to build this new science of competition policy. Help us. And but we need to invest time in thinking that through and how to translate that in legal rules and tests.
Yeah. So I mean, we could carry on this conversation for a while because there's a lot of issues that have been raised in the in this expert report, but has been taken now by the DMA. So maybe it's a good place to pause now, just maybe 10-15 minutes, and then we'll discuss the next step after this, which was the DMA, and then I think so. Let's say it's 3:03 here, so we resume around 15 minutes.
3:15.
3:15. We'll be back. You go get a cup of coffee.
Okay, if I unmute like that, maybe you can hear me. Hello? Are you back? Okay, I can see Till. Okay, very good. Again, don't hesitate to turn your camera on, but there's no obligation. So if you feel like you prefer not to do it, of course, not a problem. It's just that if you feel like doing it or you're indifferent, it's always good to see who we are talking to. So, you know, as you see, please, it's just a gentle reminder. Okay, so here is what we thought we would talk about to illustrate a little bit the kind of discussions we're having these days in the competition community. And but to key off this discussion, I want to say something about, you know, more generally what you're trying to do here by registering this program and what you're going to learn. I can say with confidence that we are living a time where antitrust is undergoing a very profound re-examination. And I've been doing this for 15 years, maybe a little more, and it's the first time I see that. There is a possibility that in the next 2 to 3 years, the kind of antitrust policy that we've been used to will change dramatically. So we are potentially at a turning point. In the discipline earlier, there was someone who asked a question about, is it just about digital markets? What about other markets? What you want to understand here is that thinking and the philosophy of enforcement that we are currently testing with competition reform in digital markets might end up also changing the way we enforce antitrust law in other areas of the economy. It might have spillover effects on more traditional industries and how we think about competition over there. So in a way, we can think about reform in digital markets, function reform in digital markets as a test case for potentially very different paradigm for antitrust law application. Okay. Now, let's now look into this digital economy again and what's at stake here. So Benoit introduced the ideas and findings of these expert reports, which had a lot of influence on the way policymakers perceive the state of play in the digital economy. And the European Commission took these findings into consideration to redefine its vision about what optimal competition policy should be in digital markets. And so we've been waiting for a while for the Commission to come out of the bush with a concrete proposal, and this proposal hits the surface of the world in December 2020. The European Commission proposed the adoption of something that's called the Digital Markets Act. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with EU law, this is a standard legislative procedure. The European Commission is not a law-making institution, but the European Commission has the ability to propose legislation to the two chambers of the European Congress. It's not called the European Congress, but to the European lawmakers, which are the Parliament and the Council of Ministers. And so the Commission goes there, feeds them with a proposal for a general instrument. There is a discussion between the two chambers, and some months ago, some years later, there is or there is not adoption of a new legislation. Now, the ambition for so the Commission did just that with the Digital Markets Act, and the ambition of the Commission is that this act be adopted in the middle of next year. So in the middle of 2022, the hope is that the Parliament and the Council will reach an agreement on the text proposed by the Commission, right? So they will offer some amendments and discuss with the Commission, and from this process, we might end up with a new regulation. Okay. So the Digital Markets Act is essentially designed with a simple mission, which is to promote alternative platforms to improve innovation in the digital economy and to drive prices down. This is the stated ambition in the DMA. These objectives are not necessarily well stated beyond this, but the DMA, so there is this general ambition, which is in its essence to promote competition. The DMA is a little more specific, and the idea in the DMA is to try to improve what it calls contestability. So the point is to try to improve the contestability of markets in the digital economy, and to improve fairness, meaning that a sufficient share of value is going back to the users of the platforms, being either individual users like you and me, or business users like advertisers or merchants or content developers on things like search engines, e-commerce platforms, and social media. Okay, so the DMA sets itself these two ambitions: contestability and fairness. Contestability and fairness. So what's interesting is that rather than explaining what is fair or not fair, the DMA thinks that by injecting contestability in markets, the outcomes that will be reached will be more fair for business users and end users. Okay, so the mode of promotion of fairness is again this indirect mode where you think that if you keep markets sufficiently open, new business organizations will emerge that will provide better terms to consumers and business users, and will reach that more equitable outcomes. Okay. Now, so it's not a regulation of trading conditions. Okay, so that's if you read the text, you'll see it's not a regulation of trading conditions. Also, it's not clearly a regulation. So for the contestability prong, it's not really a regulation like the ones we had in telecoms or energy, where there was a clear duty on the incumbent players to share their infrastructure with existing competitors. So there is no, what I mean to say here is the regulation does not have a clear access regulation, which would say, Google, you have to share your data algorithms and learning outputs with competitors. And the regulation would set an access price, a licensing price for this access regime. So we are neither into the realm of trading condition regulation, nor into the realm of market access regulation as we know. It's the DMA is a strange instrument in the sense that it's very unique in terms of how it tries to ensure contestability and fairness. So the way I like to describe it is to say it's a sort of sector-specific competition law. So it's the competition law that I've described last week in a very sector-specific way applied to digital markets, and in a sort of no-fault per se mode, meaning that the point is essentially to try to apply competition law in the digital industry under a very sector-specific approach targeted to certain companies very well delineated and force them to change their business behavior without any opportunity or without much opportunity to discuss on the merits of their business behavior, without giving them an opportunity to discuss whether the conduct is anti-competitive, whether there are efficiencies. So you're in a world where you want to circumscribe enforcement of competition law to a very small set of firms in the digital economy. And when you apply competition law, you do this in a way where you really want directly to jump to the remedy mode. You don't need to do much analysis of the market situation. And you say, company, you're in the scope, do this, don't do that. Do this, don't do that. You're in remedy mode. And it's per se. We are not going to discuss the details, the market facts, the specific evidence surrounding your conduct. Okay? And this philosophy shares parallels with an approach that was used by the US administration in the 1956 settlements with AT&T, but you will learn more about that if you read over the DMA. Many people have been writing articles, and sometimes this parallel is drawn. Okay, so as I was saying, the DMA focuses on a subset of firms that the DMA calls the gatekeepers. So we're essentially talking here about platforms which operate in the B2C segments of the digital economy, so which address end users. And the DMA focuses on situations of durable entrenchments of weakened horizontal competition and contestability. And so the DMA sets a test which says that if the conditions of the test are fulfilled, then a company can be labeled a gatekeeper. And from this basis, if you are labeled as a gatekeeper as a company, a number of obligations have to be respected. Okay? So the first question for a company that operates in the digital sector, as the DMA defines it, is to assess whether it is a gatekeeper. And the DMA sets a test, a sort of presumption that you can be a gatekeeper, that has three conditions. The first condition is a condition of substantiality, which is that essentially to be a gatekeeper, the firm under consideration must first have a turnover in excess of 6.5 billion euros in a year, or have a market cap of at least 65 billion euros in at least 3 member states. So you don't need to write all this down because this might actually change in the legislative process, but remember that the DMA defines a first condition of substantiality on the basis of a turnover or market cap threshold. In addition to that, the DMA focuses on what I call critical market applications, what the DMA calls core platform services, core CPS, core platform services. So the DMA essentially applies to platforms which have more than 45 million users, end users, and more than 10,000 business users in 8 product categories, 8 CPS. So the CPS, I'm just going to throw them here, are online intermediation services, including software applications like app stores, search engines, social networking, video sharing platforms. You can think about YouTube, for instance. Number independent interpersonal communication services, WhatsApp. Operating systems, Windows. Cloud services, and advertising services. So to be a gatekeeper, a company must meet the turnover market cap thresholds, must be active in one or more of these 8 markets, and in one or more of these 8 markets must have more than 45 million monthly active users and more than 10,000 business users. And last, the third condition is that this position must have existed for more than 3 years. Right? So there is an element of duration. Now, what happens is that if a company meets these requirements, it should file to the European Commission an application to be designated a gatekeeper. The Commission will verify whether the conditions are met, and it will designate the company as a gatekeeper. It will adopt a decision which will say, company A is a gatekeeper in this core platform service or more. Okay? Now, if the companies meet these requirements, they can nonetheless try to argue in their application, if they don't want to be labeled a gatekeeper, they can try to argue that even though the conditions are met, they do not constitute a gatekeeper, and there's a provision in Article 3.6 of the DMA, which provides a number of guidelines on how to rebut this presumption of gatekeeping that arises from the meeting of the 3 conditions that I mentioned. Okay? So the point here is essentially that this has to go very fast, and the regulation adopts some deadlines. So as soon as the regulation enters into force, the companies will have a number of days to assess whether they are gatekeepers. The test is supposed to be information light, so in a way the test is designed so that the companies can know quite quickly if they meet the requirements and they file to the Commission. And so the test is also made so that the Commission can verify by itself whether these conditions are met. Okay? And so what you can see here, what's interesting is that we are going to have a complete, we are going to have, if the DMA is adopted, a complete change in approach. Remember, we used to control abuse by dominant corporations, and the point was to establish dominance, the Commission would have to open an investigation, define the market, discuss with the companies. There would be lots of economic analysis. And so here, you don't have that. You have the company says, I'm filing because I believe I meet the conditions, but I believe I do not meet I want to avail myself of the defense under Article 3.6, and the Commission looks at this and decides in a matter of 2 months, I think, is the time limit, and then you're a gatekeeper. No discussion anymore. And so in over a period of a few months, you know if you're a gatekeeper and obligations apply. Okay? So it's very different from the case-by-case analytical approach, facts-intensive method that governs antitrust, classical, conventional antitrust application. The interesting fact too is that in the legislative, now let me talk a bit about the legislative process. So the gatekeeping provision is very controversial, because if you look at the numbers that have been put in the DMA, it's fairly clear that behind neutral terms, gatekeeping, the Commission really envisions the 5 big tech firms and no more. So you'll think about Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, Microsoft. I don't think Netflix is covered because it's not operating a core platform service. Netflix is not a video sharing service. It's a video service, but it's a video streaming service. It's not really the same. And so the regulation has been cut in a way that nearly exactly encapsulates the 5 big tech firms that people call GAFAM, and exclude away other firms which might have been candidates for gatekeeping designation. So if you think about a company like Booking, for instance, it's not sure that it's covered, and there's discussion actually to exclude booking from the remit. One discussion that is currently taking place, I heard that the other day, between experts in the policy-making circles, is whether the list of core platform services should be expanded, for instance, to include voice assistants, like Alexa, Siri, and so on. Okay, another question that is very critical is to know whether, if it makes sense to have these eight services here. So as much as you can think that search engines are subject to some gatekeeping, I mean, there's no question that Google has a very huge market share in search. Cloud services is a more controversial proposition because there's lots of competition in cloud, lots of players, and it's very unclear that there's any gatekeeping position there. Okay. All right, no questions? Questions?
What will happen when the companies not filling all the criteria, are willing to become gatekeeper? They have the potential, but are not financially potent, or they don't have the entire criteria, but only some points.
Yes, so the DMA says that the Commission can designate a company that might not meet all the criteria on the basis of other qualitative criteria, but it should open an investigation and then do more analytics. So there is a possibility to be designated a gatekeeper even if you fall short of the three requirements, which is just a presumption. But again, I don't think that many companies would like to be designated as gatekeepers, because if they are designated as gatekeepers, then their freedom to do business reduces. So maybe they'll have more legal certainty because they know what they can do and what they cannot. But I don't think that it's in the interest of a company to be found in a gatekeeping position under the DMA, because then there's a lot of scrutiny on the business. Yeah.
But what about, for example, big companies like, for example, just an example coming from Amazon. It's definitely, in my point of view, he would like to be a gatekeeper only to show off the power of the business, kind of.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, not sure.
I'm not sure though. I mean, I think it's fairly clear that Amazon will be covered. And it's true that being designated a gatekeeper in a way is you can joke about it and you can say, if you're a gatekeeper under the EU regulation, it's a badge of honor, right? Because it means you've made a killing in the market. So some people joke about that and they say, that if you are in the scope of the DMA, it means that the hidden implicit message is that you've been fairly good at running your business. But again, I'm not sure that companies would like to be called gatekeepers and fall within all this very complicated set of prescriptions.
Personally, I think that this gatekeeping nomination, it's like a sword with two sides.
Yeah.
Legally point of view, financial point of view, benefits. Let's see what's gonna.
Yeah, what I know is these companies are investing a ton of money trying to make sure that they are not called gatekeepers in the future. So they're trying to lobby and they are putting out conferences here and there in Brussels. So I think for them, it's a problem to be within the scope of the thing. They don't like it, it sets a precedent for other jurisdictions in the world. It's just travel down the road. So yeah, maybe in a way it will be inoffensive to them. But there's lots of people working in these companies to derail the DMA. So I guess it's a problem more than an opportunity. But maybe we talk about the obligations and you see why it's a problem to be a gatekeeper from a business perspective. So yeah, okay, there's a good question in the chat. Do you see any danger
Yes.
in terms of nebis in idem when it comes to the overlap between the DMA and that of regular computational tools? Wow, that's a very good point indeed. Of course, absolutely. There's very little in the DMA that's designed to avoid duplicative application of national competition law, European competition law, DMA, and sector-specific national law in digital industries. So the ne bis in idem problem consists in the possible duplication of application of the DMA to conducts, application of national competition law to the same conduct, application of European competition law to the same conduct, and application of national law governing the digital industry, as for instance the new German law, which is ad hoc, sector-specific national law, which is not competition law, which is regulation. So you can have a pretty complicated case where these various types of legislation would apply to the same gatekeeper for the same conduct. And I don't know how this will be solved. Okay, so the philosophy of the DMA is to say once we have a designation of gatekeeping, the companies which are gatekeepers, remember what I said about no fault and per se, are subject to very strict obligations of conduct. And these obligations are found in Articles 5 and 6. The list of these obligations, Benoit will discuss them, include things like a ban on self-preferencing, for instance, which means that a gatekeeper should not give preference to its related products on its platform compared to competitors. Okay, so if you are trying to download, say, a time management application on the App Store, Apple should not preference in the rank when you search the App Store for a time management app. Apple should not systematically preference its own time management app in the display of the various time management apps that are possible to upload in the App Store. Okay, so this is self-preferencing. So the DMA has prohibitions of this kind, and Benoit will talk more about them. The common ground to most of these obligations is that they all come from previous antitrust cases. So the list is inspired, drawn from, derived from antitrust cases at the European or national level. You can actually put almost case names side by side. You can actually match each obligation if you print the text and put the case name next to each obligation. The difference between Article 5 and 6, the obligation that you have in Article 5 and Article 6, are different in terms of the execution of the obligation. So Article 5 obligations are self-executing, meaning that the company has to comply with it, and the Commission doesn't need to intervene anymore. You're a gatekeeper, you apply Article 5, if you don't apply it, I'll see you in court, I'll adopt an infringement decision, you've not complied, fine, full stop, no need for discussion. Article 6 are obligations which might not be very easy to apply from the outset by the gatekeeper, and on which some fine-tuning, some tailoring might take place in discussion with the administration. So in relation to the obligations of Article 6, there is a possibility, it seems, but it's not very well phrased in the regulation. So a lot of people, that's another key point in the debate today. How will this work in practice? But there seems to be this idea that since these obligations, there's more than one way to comply with the Article 6 obligations, the gatekeeper might benefit from an opportunity to enter into a dialogue with the agency on how to best comply with the obligation. Okay? And so the gatekeeper could, for instance, approach the Commission and say, here's how I have been thinking about complying. Can you tell me if that's good, or if I can do better, or if there are other ways to do it? So this is the different philosophy between Article 5 and 6. Okay? And this idea of a regulatory dialogue appears again, the terms are not used as they are, as I mentioned them here, but in Article 18 and following, there seems to be a procedure created to allow that. Okay, the list of obligations might be updated in the future by adoption of what we call a delegated act, which is an act that the Commission would adopt to increase or decrease the amount of obligations present in the list. Okay, so that's the idea, and so Benoit will show you a little bit the kind of obligations that are there. There's also a ban on combining data sets from different businesses within the same firm. So if you think, Facebook is combining WhatsApp data with Messenger data and the social network data, there's a ban on that, for instance. Facebook should silo its data and not cross-fertilize its algorithms with data from its various properties. Okay. So what's difficult, of course, to read in the DMA is that a lot of these obligations are not organized in a conceptual way. So you have Article 5, a list of obligations, Article 6, a list of obligations, and the only way to make sense of them is to go back to the cases that gave rise to their adoption in the DMA. And some people like me have proposed to the lawmakers that they should maybe add a little more specification to the text to cluster the obligations around the set of objectives, so that readers and courts and companies which will fall within the regulation understand what this is about. Why do you condemn self-preferencing? I mean, are you doing that for what purpose? And one key purpose is to avoid a conflict of interest. So why not say it rather than just have it? It would provide clarity, and clarity on the purpose of the obligations is very important because under the Article 6 obligations in particular, when the Commission will assess whether the compliance measures that the company wants to adopt are okay, the regulation says the Commission will have to verify whether the compliance measures are effective and proportionate. And so, what I'm saying here is you can actually measure effectiveness or proportionality if you don't have an objective or a purpose against which you can assess effectiveness. And so that's why people like me and others, we've called for the lawmakers to make just a marginal effort to cluster the obligations around the set of mid-level objectives or more concrete objectives like unlocking consumer choice or limiting data extractions. But again, this is, for instance, I proposed that, but there are other ways in which you can cut these obligations. Okay, now you also have one thing that's very pretty interesting in the DMA. You have other obligations on the gatekeepers in Article 12 and 13. So the obligation in Article 12 is an obligation of information of M&A involving another provider of core platform service or another service in the digital sector. And so here, the interesting point is, what is this Article 12 about? So one of the big grievances against digital platforms is related to their acquisition strategy and the fact that these large companies, Google, Facebook, Apple, Microsoft, have spent quite a lot of money buying very small companies on the markets. And when I say many companies, I'm talking of hundreds of startups. So a very attractive, a very intuitively attractive story that's often told in the press is that most of these, or a significant number of these transactions were designed to kill a nascent competitor. Okay, so by buying these startups and shutting them down, Google makes sure that there's no, the next competitor to Google will never see the face of Earth, and that's kill it. And so this story is very attractive because it grabs attention of the brain, and it's at the intuitive level, it's a good story. But at the same time, most, if not almost all startups enter business to die. So lots of startup founders start a company for a few years in order to sell the company. The scenario, so we call that exits. So most startup founders understand that they are here for a limited amount of time and they want to think about their exits. Exit means when I'm going to make a lot of money as a startup founder. There's two ways to exit the market, which is by selling the business to a bigger firm, which will scale the business once there's a valuable revenue proposition, or IPO, which is stock market introduction. And what we know from every industry, not only digitally, that very few firms make it to IPO. It's not the standard way for entrepreneurs to exit a market. And so when you understand this reality, the killer acquisition story is less attractive. But yet, in the policy discussion, the killer acquisition story has made a lot of splash, and there was a lot of pressure on the Commission to introduce something to talk about that in the DMA, to look into that. So what they did is, I think, pretty reasonable. So what you have in the DMA is just a requirement at Article 12 to notify to the Commission, for the gatekeepers to notify their proposed M&A transactions. And the Commission will it's just a duty of information. The Commission cannot say that, cannot forbid the acquisition, cannot condition the acquisition. The Commission can only be aware that there has been this acquisition and maybe try something through other means, like Article 102, for instance, or other. The other interesting obligation is in Article 13. Article 13 requires every gatekeeper designated within 6 months to provide to the Commission an independently audited description of any techniques used for profiling consumers online. So companies like, again, Google and Facebook will have to provide the Commission with a report that explains how, if and how, they personally track consumers online. And that will also apply to Amazon, I suppose, and Microsoft and Apple, of course. So they'll have to do that. So these are information requirements. Okay. So one important aspect in the DMA, and one which creates a lot of discussion in Brussels, but also in the capitals of the member states in Europe. It's a very contentious point. In a way, it's probably the most contentious point in the DMA discussion. It's the issue of governance. So what's interesting here is the DMA sets in place a very centralized enforcement system in which the European Commission has most of the power. So the Commission does the designation, the Commission does the Article 6 narrow tailoring of the remedies, and the Commission does the non-compliance decisions and infringement proceedings if the companies do not comply with Article 5 and 6. Okay? There's very little role contemplated for the national commission authorities of the member states, like the Bundeskartellamt or the French Autorité de la Concurrence. And there's not much talking about the role of courts. The courts, ordinary courts of justice, which by virtue of what we lawyers call the direct effect of the DMA provisions, might have to face cases related to the application of the DMA. And in fact, so it's interesting. So it's very centralized, and what we're seeing today in the discussion is big national agencies like the Autorité de la Concurrence, for instance, or the Dutch Competition Authority, are very strongly lobbying in Brussels to make sure that they get something from the application of the DMA. They want to be involved in the application of the DMA. So we don't know yet what that will be, but they are pleading very strongly to keep that.
There is also another issue that has been raised by other lawyers about private enforcement of the DMA, i.e. being enforced in courts. And we could see actually the DMA being enforced by national judges in various countries. And that's going to be interesting because it raises question about consistency. Unfortunately, sometimes courts in different jurisdictions don't have the same interpretation of the law or regulation. So that could lead to very inconsistent application of the DMA. So already, I mean, as you said, Commission thought that it would be the best place organization or authority to enforce. The national authorities say, well, what about us? And then we may have actually some further enforcement at the national level. So I don't know what your thoughts are, but that obviously is very important that the law is at least enforced uniformly. It's one important aspect of international rules.
Yeah, so I completely agree with that, and so the idea is this text has a lot of provisions which are directly applicable before any court, and there is a possibility that litigation will take place before the courts of the member states. So if you think about self-referencing, for instance, and think about the time management application that I was mentioning before, so the time management app provider that's not happy with the way Apple displays time management app in its app stores by self-referencing to Apple's time management application. That's the example I used.
Yeah.
So this company is unhappy, and the company can go to the European Commission and say, look, Commission, Apple is not respecting the DMA, and the Commission will open an investigation into non-compliance. But at the same time, the company could fairly well go to a court and start legal proceedings against Apple before the Tribunal de Commerce de Paris and say Apple is not complying with Articles 5 or 6 of the DMA. It's a breach of the law, and because the provision is clear, unconditional, and precise, which are the conditions of direct effect under EU law, the Tribunal de Commerce de Paris can adopt a judgment on on this, and no, judges like to think by themselves about cases, and it doesn't take a stretch of imagination to consider the possibility that we'll have divergences in these cases.
Yeah.
So
who is going to enforce it? Big question.
yeah, so there's a question in the chat about so that's a great question. So the question is, let me just accept.
Tell us what the question is.
Yeah, so the question is, as to Article 12, if the target company is a non-EU company, for instance, a PRC company, does the gatekeeper need to inform the Commission?
So PRC,
But People's Republic of China.
China, okay.
Okay, so the way I think the answer to your question is yes. And the reason why I think the answer to your question is yes is that Article 12 one, let me check, I'm checking the wording of the provision. So Article 12.1 doesn't seem to, so Article 12.1 says that the gatekeeper should inform, of course, the Commission of transactions that meet the requirements of the merger reg. Okay, that's fairly accepted. And in the merger reg, there's a requirement of European turnover.
Yeah.
Okay, so the answer would be no. But Article 12.1 is also about working beyond the limits of the merger reg, and so it adds, if it doesn't fall within the merger regulation, the gatekeeper should also inform the Commission of M&A with any provider of other services provided in the digital sector, irrespective of whether it is notifiable to a European Union Competition Authority under regulation under the merger reg or under the national merger rules. So it says transactions which are not reportable under the merger reg or the national merger rules, provided they're in the digital sector, have to be reported to the Competition Authority. Okay? So that's interesting. And so at the same time, in Article 12.3, the Commission says, the DMA says, the notification should include information on the number of users in the EEA in Europe, and what is there? The number of business users, the number of monthly active users, the rationale for the transaction, and if possible, some turnover. So if you're talking about a startup, sometimes startups don't have turnover. So yeah, I see the comments. The concentration may not have influence on competition on the EU markets. That's right. That's absolutely right. But I think there's a clear possibility here, and from the wording of the provision, I don't see. So Article 12.1 says notification is mandatory even outside of the thresholds of the merger reg, meaning potential application to non-EU transactions, non-EU targets. And paragraph 3 of Article 12 says the notification should include information on the business in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
But it's only information once the notification has been done. So you can have notification which say, we're acquiring a company in the PRC, it has no business in Europe. What would be the point? I don't know. Maybe it's just been poorly drafted here. But I don't know. Now there might be a point though. The point might be to obtain information on, so if you think about a startup or a business that has not yet launched the product, but has very good engineers or very good technology, or an application which is not yet put on market, the Commission might be interested in knowing that the gatekeeper is acquiring this piece of essential technology or this team of engineers. which have not yet made it to market. So that's I think the answer to your question, which is a very good question. And the way I read the DMA is, I think that's in the scope. But yeah, we can study more of the text. Okay. All right. So where are we now? Okay.
Choice
of economic policy.
10 minutes on this.
So it's interesting that the DMA doesn't really. Maybe even less, but then because I want to talk a bit about the policy stuff, so you can talk about 5 and 6 with more background already in place.
Absolutely. So,
as I said before, the choice of economic policy behind the DMA is not very clear or clearly specified by the Commission. Remember what we discussed with Benoit, whether we want to increase static head-to-head rivalry, structural competition, or whether you want to improve the dynamic process of competition. The DMA is not very clear on what it tries to do. It doesn't talk, it doesn't use the language that economists tend to use when they talk about competition in dynamic industry. So it doesn't talk about competition for the market or competition in the market. So it's a hard instrument to read because you don't really know what the Commission is trying to achieve here. In a way, it's funny because I've got some colleagues in America, very established antitrust policy scholars, and one of them the other day was actually quite pro-enforcement. Said, I read the DMA. It's written in English. I know it's written in English, but it's really hard to understand. So it was a bit of a snarky comment, but it's true that you really have to spend a lot of time trying to understand what the Commission is trying to achieve here.
I think it's fair to say that whether you are, against enforcement or you think there is too much enforcement or too little, I haven't found anyone who is happy with the DMA in England. Everybody seems to be quite unhappy with this document. Some people think it's going way too far, some people think it's not going far enough, or it's a little clunky, it's not well thought through. So there is a lot of criticism. Very hard to find someone who is, except in the Commission, it's very hard to find someone who is supporting that document as it is. It's fair to say, I don't know what you think about this, Nicola, but I think it's fair to say that the Commission was under pressure to produce a document because it was very clear that member states, and just to name a couple, Germany and France in particular, were very keen on pursuing active enforcement in the digital space and potentially going very far, enacting their own regulation as well, which may have been problematic because you may have had to do particular, follow particular conduct in Germany, say, but could do something else in the rest of Europe. So the Commission felt compelled to act quickly so that the rules would be uniform across the EEA. And I think that's something that people should bear in mind, that the Commission may have had to rush through this document, which is, we'll talk about it a bit, but it looks like a shopping list of conduct, really, which most of them are not really proven to be problematic always. We'll discuss this. And if you contrast this with the way the UK has moved in that space, because the UK, which as you all know now is outside the EU with Brexit, has decided to embark in its own journey to establish its own set of rules for digital players, and have, unlike the Commission, decided to understand how this market operates and conducted a number of inquiries and a number of reports to inform a potential regulation. So my sense of the DMA is that it's a rush job, that the Commission had little choice, and they probably put the cart before the horses. And it's likely that the UK will come with probably a more meaningful, more balanced at least, and more intelligent set of rules, because it's complicated and they've been taking the time to think through this. Whereas what we have here is a list of conduct that had been used or investigated in past cases, and where there's no clear-cut views on whether they apply to all of the big tech people or the big market, and they apply equally as well in all these digital markets. So I think that's big picture issues are certainly. These issues certainly explaining why we got this DMA, which is heavily criticized.
Yes, and so what Benoit said is absolutely, I think, correct. I share his reading of what happened here. I think the civil servants in the Commission are trying to do their best with very little time, a lot of political pressure from the helm of the Commission to deliver something, and that's how much that they could do, basically codifying past cases into an instrument that cuts some procedural constraints, and but that's all they could do. And the problem, of course, is that the DMA is often sold with very sensational language, like we are going to rein in the power of the gatekeepers and so on and so forth. But if you buy into this political set talking points about the DMA, brace yourself for huge disappointments and failed expectations, because the instrument, the way it's done and it's written today, is not really going to change much in digital industries. I mean, I'm ready to bet quite a lot on that. And so, in a way, the people who are, I think, against intervention in digital industries, very free market-minded people, should be actually quite happy with the DMA, because this will just be a cost of doing business for the organizations. So I don't see anything really radical in terms of policy and market outputs coming out from that. Maybe, so that's great, because it gives me a sort of segue to the last slide I wanted to show, which is, when you think about the conversation in the digital industries about what are the key issues and what we should do, you can see on the right-hand side of the table the sort of most popular issues, the targets for antitrust reform. So we should reverse the burden of proof, we should ban killer acquisitions, we should treat platforms as essential facility, we should redistribute some revenue to the poor merchants that sell on Amazon and use Uber and so on and so forth. We should break up the big tech companies and structurally separate them. We should reduce we should ban self-preferencing. We should ban anti-steering behavior. We should create data silos in this company so that WhatsApp and Facebook social network do not combine data sets. There should be more data sharing with competitors, and we should fight algorithmic collusion and price personalization. Mm-hmm. Now, this is the laundry list of the most common talking points about all that's bad in the digital economy. Okay, now look at the DMA and look at what the DMA achieves on these fronts. Burden of proof reversal, okay, yeah, to some extent. There is no burden of proof because there is no analytics in applying obligations to the platforms. Killer acquisitions ban, no. Article 12, duty of information. Essential facility, gatekeeping is close to that. Revenue distribution towards content providers, no. Breakup structural separations, no. Anti-steering limits, to some extent, some limits. Self-preferencing limits, yes, to some extent. Data silos, depends. We can talk. Data sharing, to some extent. Yeah. Algorithmic collusion and price personalization, no. So, if you look at that, And not all these subjects on the right-hand side are equal in terms of the attention they grab. So like killer acquisitions is like one big potato item, which is really not addressed here. I mean, it's not addressed in the sense that it's very witty that's deployed here, and I think that's the right approach. But so this is really where we are. I think the DMA, in a way, has not taken on board all the demands from the political sphere, and in a way that's a good thing. At the same time, by cherry picking some of them and not others, the DMA lends itself to an accusation that it's a very rushed, as you said, incomplete and inconsistent instrument. Okay, how to read. So there's some good and there's some bad in this instrument. All right. Yes, I think that's all I had to say.
Well, that's a lot already. No, I think I share your view that I guess I'll talk more about some of these particular practices in Article 5 and 6. But as we'll discuss, the regulation that's going to be put in place you talk about Article 5 and Article 6 will certainly have some effect or some impact potentially on some practices. What's going to be interesting is how things will evolve and whether the Commission will revise the DMA once it's adopted in light of what the feedback will be from big tech. So we shall find. I mean, to say that everything is set in stone might be, it's not true. I think the DMA has in its core, at least the possibility that at least practices in Article 6 could be further reviewed, so we'll find out. But I think there is no doubt that the DMA is going to be adopted, and this is going to open a new era, I think, of antitrust or competition law enforcement in Europe. And maybe the big question before we break is this the template for future enforcement of competition law in other areas or other sectors? Big question, because let's imagine that the Commission thinks, oh, it's working well. We've got this ex-ante regulation. Let's roll this out to the entire economy. Then we're going back to regulation. And it's going to be interesting. Anyway, so further food for thought. I suppose we break now for at least 10-15 minutes. Yeah, it's about, we'll resume at 4:35 about, and then we'll talk a bit more of Article 5 and 6 and the practice and a bit of the economics behind it. And then Nicola will join us to finish this. See you in a bit. I don't see anyone.
Yes, I see us.
I think it would be good to have two screens.
Um,
Anyway, okay, so
we are back.
right. Okay, so I'm going to carry on and discuss 35 on the Digital Market Act. Nicola left to talk about paper, but I'll come back. So we lost his computer, so I'm not sure how we're gonna do the chat here.
I see it on my screen, so if
someone
there's a
comes in
question,
and
I'll
okay.
let you know.
So feel free to ask questions. I'll be alerted if there's any question. So let's carry on. So okay, does that work here? Okay. I'm trying to go to the next.
I can put my laptop here.
Yeah, but I'm trying to move to the next slide and I can't.
So just a second, and I'll take my.
Okay, it's fine.
It's fine?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
So as we discussed, let's see if this works. Yeah. So as we discussed, network effects are quite one of the major features of digital market. And what I want to do is present first a number of stories that we call theories of harm that may occur whereby a digital platform which is in a dominant position, or let's say has a strong position of strength, is able to thwart competition by doing a number of things so that it maintains his monopoly, or at least his strong position. So as we discussed, there are different ways of thinking about network effect. I mean, we discussed this earlier when we started this discussion. So you can have different ways of thinking about network effect, but as we explained, network effect relate to benefit essentially for users. So the bigger the size of the network, the more benefit a user will get, although there is a diminishing return in the sense that at some point, as the network grows, the incremental benefit becomes smaller and smaller. So the basic idea, one way to illustrate this is to use the phone. People decided to acquire a phone because they could obviously talk to others. So and the more phones there are out there, the more likely it is you will buy one or get one, because that allows you to talk to someone. So typically, what we call direct network effect arises because essentially the larger the network, the more likely you want to join this, because you can communicate with people here in this case, and as a result of that, the gains or the value of joining the network is larger if the network is large. So it works very well for obviously communication system, but it works for many other systems as well, payment system. And so that's what we call same-side network effect. And I use the example of Facebook, but same thing with Bitcoins. Bitcoins will work if obviously more people adopt that as a currency, which at the moment is rather marginal, but one could consider that maybe one day, maybe not, Bitcoin or crypto money or cryptocurrency would be used more widely as more people adopt it. So that's what we call the direct network effect, but as I explained, there are also cross group network effect, and that's what we have usually on two-sided platform or two-sided market. By the way, you can have multi-sided platform. It doesn't have to be two sides. You could have 3 or 4 sometimes. And the idea is very much what I explained earlier, is that the popularity on one side affects the value of joining on the other side. So that I use the fork as an example of a multi-sided platform, but that works also for Booking.com, for eBay and others, whereby essentially for Booking, it is about the number of hotels participating in the scheme, and the more hotel participating, the more user will join or use Booking to actually book a hotel room, and the more user there will be, the more hotels will join and participate into bookings. And as that, so we discussed this, and those are also fairly common and in the digital world, where you can consider two-sided platform quite easily. Now, the point is that we can have some virtual. I didn't talk about this, and I think it's important to talk about this. Virtual or vicious circle, however you want it, and that's an important aspect that that is an important feature of network effect that makes this network effect potentially a strong barrier to entry. So the way it works is basically, I mean, here I have a number of examples, but if the sales of a particular product here, we talk about the product A. So if we have a lot of sales of product A and use availability, a great availability of a complementary product to A, so it could be anything, then as more complementary product of A are being sold, then that increases the value of getting A and increase the sale of getting A, which further increase the sales of the complementary product. So I'm going to use again the snowball effect. It's just what we call a snowball effect, but if you think about the forks, for example, the more restaurants participate in the fork, then the more user will join and use the fork, and the more user join the forks, the more restaurants join the forks, and that can actually snowball because it becomes a virtuous circle. But and there could be a point where actually only one platform remains, one popular platform remains, and it makes it harder for other platforms to break into the market as people are locked into using only one. But now you can clearly see that the snowball effect of network effect need not work all the time. And the reason is because in the fork, for example, it's probably unlikely that there will be strong virtuous or vicious circle. The reason is quite simple, is that I'm not locked in as a user to use only the fork. I could use something else. I can multi-home. The same thing with Booking.com, although they're quite strong. It's easy for users on the user side to multi-home. I use multiple platforms, and the same goes on the other side for restaurant hotels. So if you wanted to develop, or the strength, if you want, of the virtuous or vicious circle associated with network effect, or what we call the snowball effect, are often strong when people single home, i.e. when people are using only one platform and they are locked into using that platform. For Booking or the fork, there is no feature or particular there is no particular characteristic of the product that makes you want to use only this. You would easily switch or use interchangeably another platform. But that would not be the case, for example, for Facebook. You are unlikely to multi-home on social network. I mean, you could, but it's less likely. Although people may be active in multiple social networks, ultimately they tend to actively work or at least post on only one social network. So multi-homing is less prevalent in social network, and therefore the snowball effect might be more important there. Okay, so I think that's, you know, the strength, if you want, of network effect will depend on the behavior of users, and whether users are multi-homing or single homing, or whether they are actually locked into using only one platform. So which tells you already that, I mean, some platform may want or may have a strong incentive to at least incentivize, if not force, users to single home, because then you may more easily benefit from the virtuous circle of network effect. So, and so that leads me to continue this discussion. What makes market tips? I mean, you may have, I mean, in the literature or in commentators are talking about market tipping. When you have network effect, you may have the possibility that market tips toward only one platform or just a couple of platforms. And so this is linked to the so-called virtuous circle that I just described, and you will have strong network effect when, for example, it's difficult to multi-home, and that may be the possibility when there is incompatibility between the system. So you are using one product, or or it might be only possible to for one group of users to use only one platform and not the other. Then they tend to single home, and single home mean maybe just a behavior by user of, I feel like using another platform is too costly, it takes too much time, or maybe because I need to buy another subscription, then I won't be multi-homing. Although it's not because you're purchasing a subscription that you are necessarily not multi-home. I mean, if you think about streaming videos, for example, we do see that it's not because you have purchased a subscription for Netflix that you will not buy or get another one. I mean, we see evidence that people actually multi-home when it comes to streaming platform, for example. But switching costs can be another reason why you may not want to switch and focus on only one platform. That's the case in particular when it comes to a particular software where you need to there's a learning cost. You need to spend time learning how to use a particular platform. Then switching might become costly, and you may want to use only one platform. Then you tend to single home in those instances. So there's so this fact of the strength of network effect may also connect it to incompatibility, behaviors, what we call single homing, or the cost of switching. These are all linked together. Those are all different way of looking at it. And you see that this is particularly important aspect which explain why some company may have a very, very strong position in the market and may be difficult to be challenged. I will talk about that. So different type of ecosystem and different type of practice that may be problematic. So for instance, you can have a core activity. So let's say, let's use Google here as an example. The core activity could be search. And search is, as you all know, give you some results, and the question is going to be whether Google may have an incentive to favor some vertical activities that are related to its core activity. So let me use the shopping case, for example, as a way to illustrate what's going on here. So core activity would be search, and when you sometimes use Google to search for shopping purpose, and Google had in some country established the shopping unit. And the shopping unit would be essentially, I want to buy a barbecue, so I'm going to enter in my search, barbecue and whatever brand you may want to. And then you will have a little box, and that comes with, different type of barbecue, and that would be, Google Shopping, essentially, and sending you to whatever website where you could buy this barbecue. Now, that's what I would call the integrated complementers, right? So that would be the Google Shopping units that would basically show up on the search page result, okay? And then, but you have third-party complementers that are, which are essentially a price comparison site, like Calcu and others, who essentially would be, if you say, I want to buy a barbecue, or you put a barbecue names or whatever, and then you would have on your search, possibly either on the organic search or on the ad search, a link to a third-party complementer, which is a price comparison site, for example, right? And so this price comparison site works because actually you go visit them and compare different barbecues. And the thing is, obviously, as a user, if you have Google Shopping, you may not click necessarily, or you may not want to visit the price comparison site because Google Shopping is doing more or less the same thing for you. Now, so the issue here was that maybe Google, what they are doing with this shopping unit is they are favoring their shopping unit and then demoting the price comparison site in the organic result, for example. And so the idea is, you can have these issues where you have a core activity and you're gonna, one way or another, steer the traffic or users to use your integrated complementer at the expense of third-party complementers, which in the Google Shopping case will be the price comparison website. Okay, so type of issues related here as self-preferencing is they're all sort of the same basically. Self-preferencing, opaque steering, conflict of interest. It's all about trying to essentially steer users of your core activity towards your own complementary activity. And so the price comparison shopping website was one of them. And that's, as you may noted, that the Commission has issued a decision against Google in this case, and even fine Google if you're building zeros. The case is in an appeal, and we shall find out soon enough what the court will tell us. Google versus Street Map is very similar case as Google Shopping. The difference here is it's about map. So it's earlier practice, and in summary, it is Street Map, which is a complementer, third-party complementer that offer a virtual map. Was complaining that there was a Google map or an icon of Google map on a particular search result, and as a result of that, Google was the same as the Google Shopping unit, Google was steering, if you want, that search result towards its own map services. Now, this case was actually the result of a complaint that went to the UK High Court, and the outcome was very different from the European Commission investigation, because in that case, the complaint was dismissed. The UK High Court found that Google practice of adding some sort of a Google map on top of a search result whenever the search was related to some sort of geography was actually innovative and helped users. And as a result, although it may have steered traffic towards its own map services, it was objectively justified. And so this self-preferencing was actually positive. So very, very different outcome. Sorry, and views as the one that the Commission took in shopping. So that's kind of thing you see. Another type of story that you might get is when it all gets complicated, but it's all usually always the same story. It's when the digital platform essentially steer or try to foreclose competitors from their try to basically favor its own services. So maybe so another story is the Amazon case, for example. There's a current Amazon investigation by the European Commission. So as you know, Amazon is doing a bit two things. Its core activity is essentially to provide a marketplace, right? So Amazon Marketplace is, the way they describe it themselves is a mall. So it's a virtual mall. So you can buy anything, and anyway, third-party sellers are there and sell and use Amazon to sell the product to customer. But Amazon is also selling its own product on its website as a retailer. So Amazon is basically a mall owner, if you want, but it's also a retailer, i.e. it's selling its own product. Its own product or product of others, but through its own retail activity. And so the point is, because it has a platform where it's used by third-party users and it has its own integrated activity, it may actually be using data in this case. The case is about data. It is about using data so that he knows about what others third-party sellers are doing. He knows about the success through the use of data from the user, and he can use this to favor his own retail activity at the expense of third-party sellers. So that's the kind of self-preferencing story you can get through actually using data. It's not self-referencing itself, but it's at least trying to get the data from the third parties to use them to your own advantage at the expense of these guys. Now, there is another type of story that you can see is when you have an ecosystem, and you have two networks, so to speak, and there is one major one, and then one that's a rival one. And the question here would be, the core activity is there, and then you have integrated, non-integrated, but third-party complementer, and then another system that is separate, which is not compatible. And there the question is, there are a number of questions that can be raised, but it might be beneficial or not, who knows, that allowing people or users to multi-home and using equivalently the rival network as using the network or the platform of the major platform. So, example of cases whereby this has been a problem is early Microsoft case. I'll talk about Android as well, but essentially the idea is the following: is the early Microsoft cases where the core activity of Microsoft is Windows operating system, and the concern is that for Microsoft is that a rival operating system that would come that would come and challenge its position would be quite detrimental. And so the type of complementor that we talk about was whether so one of the first cases against Microsoft was the browser case. So it's a long time ago, and the browser case was essentially the fact that Microsoft operating system was coming with the browser of Windows, which I don't even remember the name because I don't even use it anymore. Well, now it's called Edge, but I don't even remember.
Internet Explorer.
Internet Explorer, thank you. Internet Explorer, not exactly a brilliant browser, as we all know. And essentially at the time, so Internet Explorer was coming and was connected to, or was pre-installed with Windows, whatever version you had. And the concern was that it was essentially foreclosing rival browser. And at the time, I don't know if you remember, for those who are old enough, remember, the competing browser of Internet Explorer was called Netscape.
Netscape, yes.
Which is gone now. And Netscape essentially was indeed foreclosed. And DOJ had, US DOJ at the time, had a case against Microsoft. And the logic, why did they get rid of Netscape? Because it doesn't really make sense to think that why would you get rid of Netscape? Because ultimately Netscape was participating in the success of developing the use of personal computers, and therefore the more people were buying a personal computer to use a browser, the more Microsoft would be selling its operating system and the more money they would be making. So why would they want to do this? Given that they were actually selling, Internet Explorer they were not cashing in on it. Well, the concern was that actually the browser could be a threat to Microsoft operating system, and basically become the core activity, and making Windows redundant. See, if the third-party complementer becomes successful and work on the incompatible network, it could make actually the network compatible. So you could, in other words, the browser could be the source of compatibility between two networks, because then app, or what we call app now, but software at the time, could have been built on the basis of the browser and no longer on the basis of the operating system. And as a result of that, then Windows would become less valuable, because the browser would work on not only Windows but on other operating systems, i.e. at the time Mac in particular, but also at the time we're talking about Linux and all that, its other operating system. And so essentially the strategy of Microsoft, according to DOJ, was not necessarily to monopolize a browser market, because there was not much to monopolize, but rather to make sure that their core activity will remain core, and by preventing essentially the possibility that it became redundant and that a browser or third-party browser become popular and work on all possible network. Yeah. So that's the type of things you see. The Android case, slightly different, but the Android case, which is brought against Google at the moment, which I mean there was a decision, and Google has appealed, and as Nicola explained, it will be next week the hearing in Luxembourg. But the story is that what Google did here, kind of a bit similar, but own twist. Android is, as you know, Android is the operating system on the mobile devices. I mean, I'm not using Android, as you see, I'm using iPhone, but there are a lot of Android manufacturer devices out there. And the point was that Google imposed a number of restrictions that essentially led to have Google search pretty much everywhere. And Google search being the core activity of one of the core activity of Google. And by having Google search pre-installed everywhere, or making sure that the traffic goes to Google search, that essentially further strengthen Google search, and at the expense of its rival such as Bing, and so that type of practice again there was deemed to be anti-competitive. Okay, so that's that. I think I want to move a bit.
Someone made a remark.
I like remark because those are all complicated things.
Yeah.
I would disagree regarding single homing tendency when it comes to social network, unless we categorize Instagram, LinkedIn, and Facebook as being prevalent platform across separate market. Yeah, I see what you mean. Social network for you, general social network, professional social network, and the phenomenon of multi-homing or all three is quite common, but maybe less relevant for comp law, given that IG is a subsidiary. Yeah, Instagram is a subsidiary. No, it's very good. Sorry, it's a very good comment. That indeed, well, okay, I'm not a big specialist of Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook. I believe that LinkedIn and Facebook are quite different and not used for the same purpose, although Facebook and LinkedIn may argue otherwise. The Commission will definitely, as investigated, for example, in Microsoft LinkedIn, the issue, and decided that there was a separate market for social professional network versus social network. Okay, so LinkedIn, you do it for professional reason. You don't post usually you don't post photos of your dog on LinkedIn, but I'm not saying that people don't do that. Right? But that's okay. That's the idea. So in a way, yeah, you could have. I see the point, and you're right that you multi-home in the sense that you may have a LinkedIn account and a Facebook account. So in that sense, you multi-home. But it looks like if you think that this is for different end use, then I would say this is separate, and therefore use single home. I take your point on Instagram and Facebook, where there might be some convergence, and the fact that actually Instagram is owned by Facebook may have something to do with that. But the story of Facebook when it started was really the sole, I mean, okay, no, it was not the sole. There was a competing social network which name escaped me. I don't know if you recall, guys, but there was another social network that essentially network took over and Facebook took over, excuse me, and this is history. MySpace, thank you very much. Excellent. Yes, this is MySpace. Exactly. MySpace was bigger than Facebook, and MySpace disappeared because Facebook took over essentially. And if you recall as well, Google tried to launch their own social network, Google Plus or something like this, and that never quite got anywhere. But yeah, so there is tendency of single homing. I still think that's true. At least initially it was true, and but time will tell whether people start multi-home. I don't know. I think it's fair to say that the success, the initial success of Facebook, who knows whether the success may not be finished, may continue to grow. But the initial success of Facebook was certainly predicated on people's single home. Then maybe people will change behavior. That's a good question. Very good question. So maybe let's move on. So I mean, we've got all these story of co-activity, rival, data silos, the third-party business user, blah blah blah. And so there's this notion that geez, the market are tipping. And this platform may be doing things that essentially are preventing rival or challengers to take over, and so maybe there's room for intervention, and there are different ways we can do room that we can level the playing field, so to speak. So there is a notion of data are separate, maybe we need to put data together. So I'll give you an example on the data point, for example. One issue that's been put to the fore that explains why Bing, Bing has its own search engine, which is basically Bing is Microsoft, and Bing is search engine of Microsoft, and Google has its own search engine, as you know, which is this is a successful product. And the reason Bing is not catching on with Google search, one reason could be that because Bing does not have access to the same amount of data as Google search. So let me explain. So essentially, these both, in simple terms, search engines are based on algorithm. And these algorithms need to use data to improve the accuracy of the results. So the more data you get, the more accurate the prediction gets. So when you type, a search, then the algorithm learn quickly and then find it's one aspect only, but they learn quickly and they provide more and more relevant search results. It also depends on how the websites are indexed, but let's just say that this is how it works. So now, because many more people are using Google search than Bing, then for very popular search, Bing and Google have pretty much the same amount of data, and even if Google has more data, because at some point, the benefit of having more data to improve the accuracy of your search result they are diminishing returns, doesn't make a huge difference. However, there are search that are very uncommon or infrequent for which you don't have a lot of data, and that's what we call the long tail. Okay, and there, Google search has much more data than Bing. Therefore, to train his search algo, so to speak, his search algorithm, they are in a much better shape than Bing, and therefore do better. So you're more likely, therefore, to use Google search because it will provide better search results because of the fact that it is using more data notably for infrequent search. I mean, you can try, you can do yourself try different search engine, and you will see for uncommon search, I mean, the difference in result is massive. So one solution would be, according to some people, to say, well, actually, Google should just share, data with other search engine operators, so that allow them to train the algorithm and that will level the playing field. Okay, so that's one example of the type of intervention that's been contemplated. Okay, so other issues about ranking, also search, we talk about self-preferencing in search, whether Google tends to, or even Amazon, actually tend to favor their own activity against those of third-party sellers or third-party complementary. Interoperability is also a big thing. And generally speaking, trying to boost, multi-homing, making sure, allowing multi-homing, or at least favoring multi-homing, encouraging multi-homing, typically enable challengers to come in. So, a couple words again on the Digital Market Act. So, I mean, I know that Nicolas talked about this, so I'll go quickly on some aspect and talk about others more. So gatekeepers, as you know, we're gonna have to identify gatekeepers. We don't want to make this too complicated, but the whole point is, what is the objective? To constrain the gatekeeper behavior so that we have fair and contestable markets. Okay, so that's the idea. Now, there's a companion document called the Digital Service Act, which is not a competition angle. It's more to a bit to do some policing work on what's going on the internet, because there's a lot of bad stuff going on. I mean, there's some illegal stuff that is difficult to police, so there is also that kind of thing. And then there is also GDPR, which is an important companion of that. So I think the Commission is definitely ahead in this space to try to regulate the digital market. Now, the core platform service. So what's the story is, gatekeeper, you're a gatekeeper if you offer at least one core platform service, CPS. So this could be the type of core platform service that we can have. So online intermediation service, Booking, the Apple Store, Amazon, those are intermediation service. Why is that? Because hotel, you can book a hotel room through Booking. You can buy an app on the app stores to put or install on your iPhone, or you can buy online through Amazon, whatever probably you want, books, so on and so forth. Online search engine is definitely a core platform service. Online social networking service are also seen as a core platform service. So here I put both Facebook and LinkedIn. Video sharing platform services are also considered a core platform services. There's a number of messaging communication services here. I put messengers from Facebook that are potentially considered a core platform services. Operating system are clearly seen as one of them. Here I put Windows and iOS, but Android is also one of them, but it's on mobile devices. Cloud computing services is one. I put the Amazon logo here, but I mean, obviously Microsoft is also big in that space. Advertising services, and here I put the two bigger guy who are doing the intermediation of advertising services, like Facebook and Google.
Very aggressive there in terms of
There's
advertising.
a lot of investigation, by the way, on the online advertising service markets. It's quite complicated. The French authority, competition authority, very recently had issued a decision whereby some of the Google activity in that space were deemed to be anti-competitive, favoring its own services. So there has been some a fine, but Google offered some remedies. So it's all it's very recent. So there's there is some investigation in that space. So it's quite complicated how it works. So I'm trying to get the next slide. I managed. Yeah. Okay. So the gatekeeper criteria. So in the UK you have the SMS story, but whereby in the UK they do they look at firm with strategic market status. Here there is the gatekeeper. It doesn't have to be dominant in the competition law sense. Basically, the static can be rebuttable, but you have basically 3 criteria that you can see. So criteria number 1, it's basically turnover or valuation. Okay, so it's about basically the size on the on how much sales you make or your valuation from an equity perspective. Also but you need to provide at least a core services in 3 member states. Then criteria number 2 is you are operating therefore a core platform service that I listed before, that are clearly an important gateway to business user to reach end customer. And so here there are clear criteria. The CPS must have at least 45 million monthly active end users in the union, so in the EU, and at least 10,000 annual business users in the union. So it's the idea that you are basically connecting, and it's very important, end users and business users. Okay, it's going to be important because a lot of the rules that are going to apply will be to favor really business users, as you will see. And the criteria number 3 is that gatekeeper must enjoy an entrenched and durable position. So, usually whatever that means. But so we got a number of obligations that is related to Article 5, 6, and 12. So that's the way I put them. So data separation is an important one. So it's basically, and that's more to do with privacy here, is that you need to make sure don't use personal data or combine personal data with others so that you get an advantage. So there's the notion that some of these platforms have undue advantage because they have so many users and so many business users that they can combine a lot of data, which allow them, if you wish, to essentially develop services that others could not do, and therefore they can gain a competitive advantage such that that is hard to replicate. So data silo as well is something that has been put forward, which is basically you've got business users are using the platform and they are basically generating data, and basically the DMS says you can't use the data generated by the business user to use them against them when you compete against them. That's just not fair. No self-preferencing in ranking. So I mean that's again the idea. It's really related. I mean Google is really the target here. Is that Google developing a number of parallel or related services to its search engine, and essentially the idea is that story like the shopping unit they should not be there anymore, so you should not favor or tweak your search algorithm to favor your own services. So FRAN access is basically what FRAN means is fair and reasonable and non-discriminatory access. So if for example online search engine data or other data linked to application data or the application store are going to be shared, they should be shared on a non-discriminatory basis. Okay. MFN is also an important aspect. So what is MFN? Is most favored nation. And the idea of the most favored nation is that basically the terms on which you deal with me cannot be worse than the terms on which you're dealing with another platform, for example. So MFN has become famous or ran famous in a Booking.com case. What was the idea? The idea was that essentially, so a hotel can offer a hotel room for a certain price. They were offering a certain price on Booking.com, but they were not allowed to offer better prices on their own website, for example, or on other platform, hotel.com or whatever else, or TripAdvisor or whatever else. And as a result, it was deemed that essentially prevented other platform to develop their business because it's essentially cement, if you wish, competition. So that's been deemed as not a good idea. Also against business users business user could actually, in a way, free ride on Booking.com and offer a better price on their own portal, but Booking would not allow that. But now that if Booking falls under a gatekeeper, which I don't think they do, they would not be allowed to do this. Bundling and tying. So bundling and tying is essentially all these practices related to Microsoft pre-installing Windows Media Player, Microsoft pre-installing browser, Android devices, pre-installing Google Search. So all of this is no longer possible. And this is also going to put a lid, if you wish, on the ability of this platform to develop their ecosystem, because it's going to become very much harder for them to integrate multiple services. All of these, not all of these, but certain of these GAFAM, in Microsoft in particular, is trying to develop an ecosystem. And basically, when you get, Microsoft, you get a number of apps that all work interchangeably or integrated, and that may be difficult going forward. Practices obligation to reduce switching costs. So the idea here is really to favor the possibility of customer and business user to switch platform very, very easily without making it too complicated, essentially. So this is to favor contestability. Transparency, there's lots so it's a bit of a shopping list, as I was saying, but transparency on advertising terms. Here, there's a lot to do with online advertising, which is being seen as very opaque. People don't understand what are the terms, what are the prices. The online advertising market is complex because it operates through auctions, and it's a little bit unclear for many people how the price is being generated and how the auction are not actually, the price are often not the result of one auction but multiple auctions. So it's not an easy process to understand, and therefore here there is a obligation. It's largely for Google and Facebook to clarify how advertising is being paid, and particularly the concern is that both Facebook and Google may be intermediary, may actually, particularly Google, may pocket a margin, and they want to have more transparency about that. Finally, information about internet mergers. So trying to an obligation to inform about type of mergers that these GAFAM would consider, irrespective of the notification. Okay, so that's that. I think there's a slide in compliance, but I'm gonna skip this. They are basically, you get fined if you don't comply with the. As you know, it's an ex-ante regulation, so you need to comply with this obligation. All the gatekeeper, which are the big five, essentially will have to comply. If you don't comply, you have fines, penalty, and if you keep non-complying, then you may have a big decision. And then they say at the end, consequence of systematic non-compliance, and we'll see where the thought that would go. Possible structural remedies. I don't know what that means, and I do not think that we will see divestment, but time will tell. Now, objective of the DMA, very quickly. So, two things that, if you read the DMA, or if you, it's not necessarily a pleasant reading, but if you have time and fail to fall asleep, you may want to read the DMA, at least the beginning, and you will see that initially the DMA there's lots. The first 30 pages is all about the objective of DMA before you go to the article, and they tell you there's two objectives essentially. And that's what I want to talk about. The two objectives is prohibit unfair business practices and promote contestability. Now, it's very unclear what unfair means. Okay, what is an unfair business practice? Is it would be good if the DMA would define what they mean by unfair. It's not always unclear what that means. Because it's possible that, yes, they may want to protect business user against unfair business practice, but it may not always be in the interest of consumer. There might be some cases, in some cases, for example, there may be good reason why some business user may not be allowed to use the platform because they damage the value of the platform, or they're doing things that are not necessarily useful for consumer users. And the platform may take action against the business user that may seem unfair, but that could be in the interest of consumer, because ultimately the platform wants to, at least is incentive. The incentive of the platform is to continue making sure that users continue using the platform. So it's not always clear what that means, and more, or at least an understanding of what, if the objective is to protect the business user, is this a good objective, given that ultimately the goal of competition policy is to promote, at least to defend consumer interest, or at least have consumer welfare at heart. And so it would certainly be helpful if the DMA would clarify that. I'm not saying that there is no need to protect business users, but it's also need to be recognized that there are some trade-off at times where the interest of business user conflict with the interest of consumers. And as a result of that, if we are only protecting business user, we may actually not protect consumers. And my point. So an example, self-preferencing is not allowed. Okay? So what's interesting about self-preferencing is self-preferencing is a bit of a new buzzword that came out with the Google Shopping case, and it's not exactly clear that's a clear-cut abuse. And there are trade-offs as many practices. So self-preferencing is essentially saying that Google will favor, for example, set of services, say, for example, the Google Map, Street Map case, is an example where the judge considered that there was a trade-off. Yes, Street Map was probably not benefiting from the fact that Google had put an icon on the search result that linked to his own map, but thought that was, at the end of the day, objectively justified because it was an innovation that benefited users. So there are trade-offs. It's not always clear-cut. Maybe it's not a good idea ultimately at the end of the day because you may foreclose competition in the long run, but you may also recognize that that practice was immediately beneficial for users who actually, many users discovered the use of the Google Map. So, no clear-cut view about what self-referencing is in reality, yet what we know now from the DMA is that thou shalt not use self-referencing, and it's as if it is essentially considered now clear-cut that self-referencing is bad, whereas it need not to be bad. And there are other examples, and the economic literature shows that there are a certain set of circumstances where self-referencing may actually be beneficial for users, although it may harm some business users. So, so the issues with the DMA is that it's taken for granted, and some particular practices are necessarily bad where there is not strong evidence that's the case. And you would think that regulation would actually, if we think that some practices are bad, then we should maybe have regulation to prevent them from being followed. But if there is no clear-cut view that they are bad, then maybe we should not have ex-ante regulation, and we continue having ex-post enforcement to determine whether the practice at issue is actually good or bad. The other one which I think is a bit of fake news, to use Nicolas' favorite term, is that the DMA said they promote contestability, which I'm gonna use strong words here, but I think it's a bit of a joke, because no, promoting contestability is very difficult in this market. Okay, we all understand, and the expert report from the EC themselves acknowledge that we're dealing with markets that are characterized by extreme, they use the term extreme economies of scale, not to use the term natural monopoly, extreme economies of scale, and very strong network effect. So by definition, these markets are not contestable. They're just not. Okay? So these markets have very high barrier to entry. Okay? And therefore, I think it's a bit foolish to say, let's have another guy come in so that we have price competition. That's not the way, that's not the objective. The objective, and we talked about it earlier, you talked about it, is make sure, rather, that there is competition for the market. And what we want to make sure is that the Microsoft of this world, the Google of this world, the Facebook of this world, are not preventing the next guy that comes in with a new product that will replace them or make them obsolete to come in. That's really what we want to be careful and we should focus on. And unfortunately, the DMA is not focusing on that. The DMA is essentially preventing actually competition between the big five or the big tech. It's not allowing them to, compete between themselves. It will prevent them from entering each other's market, which might be not such a good idea. And so I do think here there is, I think to me, it's the weakest part of the DMA, unfortunately.
I agree with that. So again, I don't want to be too rude on the DMA because
I have been.
Because it could not be different given the constraints that were imposed on the Commission to deliver text, but I think where I I'm completely in sync with Benoit. So, you know what you would like, I mean, I'm an academic, so I don't really care about being in the guest list of policymakers or private organizations. I don't really care about that, but I think what the digital economy confronts us with is a very hard question, and the question is, are we ready to accept that our economy, which is becoming very digital, will be populated by very large business organizations?
Yeah, that's a good question.
And so I think policymakers should ask themselves this question very hard, because the nature of the technology requires, by definition, scale and scope to deliver good products to consumers. I'm leaving aside here all the discussion about fake news and democratic threats and cyber security. It's a different discussion, but in terms of consumer surplus, I think there is a reasonable proposition that the economy, the plausible equilibrium of an economy that is digitalized is an equilibrium of large firms, and where these large firms compete against each other in a sort of ecosystem inter-standard type of competition.
Yeah.
Now, if you accept this idea for a minute, and you think that you want to promote competition, the type of tools that the strategy that you're going to apply as a social planner trying to improve consumer welfare is not trying to help the small player here and there survive in the hope that it will turn into the gigantic competitor that will append the Googles and Facebooks of this world. What you want to do actually is to say, I want to unleash this process of dog-eat-dog competition between the 5 big platforms, so they fight to death. And so what you want to do is you want to actually enable and promote and certainly not limit the opportunities for Amazon to run after Google, for Google to go after the throats of Facebook, and for Apple to go after the throats of Amazon. You really want to unleash that. And if there's a new large player coming in, you bring that player in. So this is what you want to do, because if you want results, this is where you'll see results. And so it's a bit sad that I think we are not really able to think on these terms. But again, I think I don't know if I can share my slides here, but
We can bring them back on. Oh wait, look, we can bring yours back.
okay.
There you go.
Okay, I know I can share. Okay, you're still sharing?
Yeah, no, I get yours.
But I know it's not these. Wait, not these ones, but maybe these ones. Because let me do that. Okay. Wait, you can see that probably.
Yes, we see. Those ones, okay.
So what's interesting is, in relation to this, is that the press, which has, to a large extent, been pushing for these reforms, the DMA in the UK. So the press has a sort of political economy problem here, because the press has been a net loser to digitalization. So the press has been mostly against large digital companies and has kept pushing headlines about how bigness in digital is bad and so on. I don't want to start, but we're starting to see some movements, and I think the press is starting to recognize that there is increased competition between the tech platforms. And so that's good, that's a good thing, because I think it corresponds better to the reality of the problem that we're facing. Now, it doesn't mean that, so if there is some competition here, we should promote that. Now, there's another very complicated question, which is that the growth of these companies is not socially costless, in the sense that the growth of these companies creates other externalities, like fake news, like reductions in privacy levels, like political harms, tribalism, identity politics, and so on. And we need to think about them, but antitrust might not be the right tool to do that, right? And so I think the point here is, let's not just put everything in the antitrust basket. Let's put in the antitrust basket what belongs here, which is to promote low prices, to promote growing outputs, to promote new products and services launch, and return some value to consumers. So yeah, I think that's the message. So yeah, let's go for maybe a more reasonable discussion, and yeah, that will help. Are there any questions, by the way?
We had a few questions, but I mean a few observations. But
Oh, yes, an observation.
that was good. That was good.
Of course, just now.
But feel free to share your thoughts, because, as we said, this is a very much a debated issues. We have, Nicola and I share our views. We tend to be aligned, but not everyone necessarily agree with us, and not, and we're happy to hear otherwise. I mean, other people think that it's, don't believe that these big platforms need to be reined in quite strongly, that competition law is ineffective, and the power of Google, Facebook, Amazon, Apple, and Microsoft is too large. And although, interestingly enough, breaking up these guys has not been, and that's your thing, but breaking up this company has not been raised in Europe, but it is something that's been talked about in the US. Just so we are clear, the antitrust policy in the US has taken a 180-degree turn, and Elizabeth Warren, who was, as you may know, was a senator from Massachusetts and was a candidate for the Democratic Party, had certainly alluded to the fact that some of these big tech could be broken up, and she's definitely very influential in, encouraging, or at least putting in place people like Linecan in the US to have far more active enforcement against digital platforms. So I wouldn't be surprised to that the debate moves towards breaking up this company, some of them, not all of them, but some of them. And the US, just so we're clear, the US antitrust history can be very aggressive. Ask AT&T. They were broken up. Standard Oil was broken up. So it doesn't happen every day, obviously, but it can happen. And some people feel that we are back to early 20th centuries when Standard Oil was the big company, the big conglomerate that needed to be broken up. And maybe that's gonna have to be the fate of Google, Facebook, or one of those. So this is certainly going to be, I think, on the table, and more than actually, I think in the US, more than necessarily regulation. I don't know what your thoughts on this.
Yeah, that's very correct. So I think it's tied to what you said before, Benoit. I think the Brussels policy-making structure is very complicated. There's lots of member states to align in a big coalition, lots of MEPs, lots of agencies. And so the outputs that we see coming out from Europe are always products of compromise, political bargains, and very hard to read. By contrast, I think Americans and people in the United Kingdom, their practice of policy making is a bit more rational, in the sense that they have probably less. I mean, there's lots of divergences, but their process of government is older and values a rational discussion and deliberation. So the outputs that we'll see will be more intelligible, more easier to understand. They might be more radical. So, for instance, in the US, if the pendulum shift, what I want to say here is that the pendulum will shift in a very clear direction if it shifts. So in the US, we are going to see Section 2 cases and Section 5 of the FTC Act cases before courts, where the agencies will demand divestiture as a remedy and possibly consent decrees. And there will be a very clear policy line that will emerge from these cases. Same in the UK, which has taken a ton of time to study. And they will try to, one reason for this is that the degree of judicial scrutiny in the US and the United Kingdom compared to the degree of judicial scrutiny in the European Union is much stricter. And one thing that judges really do not tolerate is inconsistency, lack of logic, and clear intervention. So I think that's the requirements of judicial review tend to be very rational, and the facts really matter. So there's probably more ideology in the US than in Europe.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there's more clarity and commitment to it's less sort of small. I don't know how to explain that, but and I'm sorry if I'm unclear, but there are less of this sort of little political
compromise. I think also in the States, we kind of like regulation in Europe. We think that regulation is a way out. In the US, the less they regulate because the happier they are. So the policy choice there, I think, are a bit different, because in Europe, the policy in Europe has been a tendency to say, well, maybe we are imposing some limits to what company can do, and regulation is a way to do this, and a controller or regulator will do that. In the States, there is more the idea of, we have an issue here, we don't like to monitor what people do, we don't like to monitor behaviors, and the best way to deal with this is to break company, for example, so that you break their power, but you trust that the market, once they are broken up, you trust that they will behave in a way that's beneficial, because their incentive is actually to maximize profit, which ultimately aligns with consumers' interests as well, so on and so forth, because they are broken up now, they don't favor their side business, and they would just focus, Google would just focus on search, Facebook would just focus on this, so on and so forth. So I think the States, the US is this view that regulation has a lot of unintended consequences. It's difficult, you need to monitor it, it can lead to perverse behavior. Breaking up is very clean, however, very costly, and will be challenged for sure.
So maybe one difference between today and the old times is if there are breakups in the US, I don't know, I can't really say, but this has been the standard mode of remediation in all antitrust cases in the US, compared to Standard Oil and AT&T, where the business entity was cut into several pieces over generally geographical regions. The idea here would not be to break up Google in 4 units, like the Google, Moogle, Foogle, and Zoogle that I mentioned before, which would provide search engine and competition against each other. I think the idea of breakups in big tech is, let's break up Google from YouTube and Facebook from WhatsApp and Instagram, right? So we are more talking about vertical breakups than horizontal breakups, where we try to make a big company a smaller subset of companies.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think it will be vertical, as you said, so that you break their ecosystem and you basically diminish their incentive to favor basically those activities in parallel or related market. I think that's exactly what we might see. But we'll see. We should watch, because obviously the US, we said that there's a change at the helm of the agencies, but not in the court. The Supreme Court has never been as conservative as it is now. So I believe that the agenda in the States of going after digital is going to find its limit very quickly in courts, where a lot of judges are quite conservative and probably unlikely to follow Lina can. But we'll see.
Yeah, so then I think the prospect in the US is that there's going to be congressional legislation
Yes.
which will constrain the judges to follow the orders of Congress. And then the question will be whether said legislation will be challenged before the Supreme Court. Then again, that's a bit of a stretch, because I don't want to tap into US constitutional law, but it's harder for the Supreme Court to quash a piece of legislation from Congress, right, than to quash a case that has been fully decided. So,
Yeah. Anyway, so that was essentially our chat for the afternoon.
I have a last question, no?
Oh, go ahead, please. Because we need to go get a beer. I'm just joking.
do you then think that the term contestability was used purely to distinguish it from competition, so that the DMA would be seen as a complementary tool that exists in addition to competitional tools, and maybe to even ensure that the DMA is fresh enough to merit a different treatment by the EU court, contestability being a term yet to be interpreted as an autonomous EU law term? Yeah, that's a good question. So that's true. So that's a good question. So one objective that the Commission has pursued while writing the DMA was to make sure that people would not say this is competition or differently.
Yeah.
So Commission was really trying to, so the Commission really wants to sell the DMA as regulation, complementary but different from antitrust for a whole host of institutional reasons. So you're right, using contestability was useful to that end, because it's not a term of art in traditional conscious jargon. At the same time, so it's funny you write this question, because I was at a conference the other day and I heard something I took a note of, but I need to check into my notes, that apparently the term contestability had appeared in conscious policy documents before, possibly in decisions or in papers written by Commission officials. And so we should try to find out about the intellectual genealogy of this concept, to know where, if we have traces of it before. That would be a good research point. I heard something about it. I can't really get it back, but I'll think about it. All right. We just hit the 6 p.m. mark. I hope you're not too tired.
Well, anyway, it was.
Very
If you have any question, or you need to digest this and think about it over, send your question to Nicola. He'll answer next week.
So what we'll do next week, maybe to bring more color to what we did today, is we are going to do 2 case studies with my researchers from the UI, Natalia Moreno and Linus Hoffman. I've asked them to prepare some case studies, so they will explain a little bit what the cases are about, and then we hope we can have a very open conversation about them, a very interactive conversation. I might send some documents, short documents, to read about the cases early next week, okay? So I'll make sure that if you have received documents, you won't receive them later than Monday by close of business, European time. All right?
Otherwise, you can send
I'll send
them
them
to us, and we dispatch them.
Sounds good.
Yeah,
Okay?
contester is very French.
Yes, it is.
That's right. Okay, so thanks all for your attention, and you have all a great weekend. And sorry for the little technical glitches in the beginning.
We'll try to sort this out. Yeah.
We hope you enjoyed it, and send us an email if you have other questions.
Thank you.
Thank
Have a
you.
good evening and a good weekend. Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Have a good
Bye.
one. Bye.
Bye.